shadows they roam. Silent streets echo death, there's no home. Empty eyes watch dreams decay. Shattered souls in twilight's gray. Clockwork cities grind to dust. Ashes whisper tales of lost trust. Metallic winds they cut through bone. Hero rises, stands alone. Face the storm, rage and thunder. Rod against the dark, they will plunder. Swords clashing, flows like rain. Ashes whisper heroes' pain.
Hey, sorry guys, you did not get to hear the rest of the intro song, but we are running a little bit late today, so I wanted to make sure everybody's set up. Welcome back to the Dragon's Lair, where I'm Kai. If you are unfamiliar with the show, we usually do one of these once or twice a week. We'll probably get back to doing them twice. It is a fun talk show where I have guests, or I talk about articles and we give our opinions. And today I am bringing back a friend that I have not got to talk with in a while since, well, actually it's been before I went in for surgery, hasn't it, Grot?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
It has been a hot minute.
Yeah. So this is Grotwurks. He is on Twitch TV. Definitely check him out. He has a very, one of these days I'll need to interview him too. That way he has his whole origin stories on record. That way, if you want to check him out that way too, we can do that. So I need to remind myself to hit you up to do that interview.
Yeah, at some point.
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, there is another podcast style that's going to be doing a lore thing with me in November. So yeah,
that's awesome. And I'll give it just a brief blurb about yourself for the newer audience, since I'm sure some of them are probably like, well, who's Grotwurks?
Well, I am basically a generic play all the games that I want to play on Twitch and just stream sort of person. So variety streamer. I specialize primarily in games like MechWarrior. Though I play other games, RimWorld, Sonic Racing, etc. Though MechWarrior's my favorite, just because I get giant mechs. Yes, please. Though Dawn of War 4 is looking promising, so when that comes out, I'll be doing that. And yeah, other than that, I do some collabs here and there, and yeah, it's fun times.
Dawn of War 4, I have not been paying attention. That might get me interested again in some more RTS.
So it is done by the same people who did Iron Harvest.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. They have you know how in the old Dawn of War, like 1, 2, where like a dreadnought would come up, grab enemy infantry, spin it around, flamer it in the head, and just, crush it?
Yeah.
They are now going to have what they call sync animations or sync deaths, where every unit in the game has a sync animation for like a melee style kill, right? Mm-hmm. So if boys go up and they take down a Redemptor Dreadnought because it's going to be updated to 10th edition units, or they go in and they take out a Scarab, right? There's going to be specific animations for that for every unit in the game. So Storm Boys are going to be different than boys. A War Boss is going to have his own, etc. Death Dreads. They're also adding in some Titanic units. So we've got the Monolith still in there, new models, which are great. We've got a Dominus style Knight. We've got the Morkanauts, at least the Gorkanaut. So it's good. It looks very promising. And from everyone who's demoed it, they are saying it's similar to Dawn of War 1, which makes me happy because we don't speak about Dawn of War 3. It doesn't exist.
Some people still think it exists, but yeah,
it doesn't exist. Those people have no taste. It's fine. It's perfectly okay. No taste. It's Dawn of War 1, 2, and potentially 4, but mainly 1, because who doesn't love Soulstorm?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the screenshots of it. This actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, I'm pretty happy with so far what people are saying. Until I get hands-on, though, we'll see. But from everything I've seen from all the trailers and people talking about it, because they use the trailers because they have NDAs. They're not allowed to actually show anything yet. It looks close to Dawn of War 1, which the superior Dawn of War over 2, simply because Dawn of War 1 allowed you to actually build out bases and was more RTS, while Dawn of War 2 was more, like, still RTS, but you didn't really build bases. So, it just wasn't as fun.
Yeah, I like games of you build bases, lay out your defenses, expand, move on. I've always liked those. So I was a Warcrafter and a Starcrafter for many, many years. Even used to do a lot of 2v2 and StarCraft 1 and Warcraft 3. Those are the two I did a lot of. So,
So you're very familiar with the what now?
Yep.
Work.
And the sad part is, Orcs is probably the one I played the most.
How should you feel about that? He said sad part, chat.
Yeah.
Sad part? Really?
Yeah.
No, you take that back.
Yeah. Because everybody seemed to like humans better for the trolling strategies and stuff, or power speeding those tower rushes or anything. But I've been a hoarder all my life when it comes to Warcraft. From Warcraft 1, 2, 3, I didn't care much for humans or stuff. So yeah, guilty.
Yeah, it's fair.
I want a Warcraft 4 or StarCraft 3, but I don't think you're going to see it ever. Especially, we'll talk more about that later on today, because
Blizzard just did release a patch to StarCraft 2, a pretty big one. So they actually have someone working on patches for at least StarCraft 2, which is,
and they
amazing.
updated Warcraft 2 and nerfed Bloodlust, because I'm like, okay, why don't you just fix the UI so the enemy units stop getting stuck in trees then? Or if you're really going to start messing with the game again, why don't you fix a lot of that stuff that was broken and not worry about Bloodlust? But
good luck with that.
Yeah, somebody was probably mad after 20 years of being beat by bloodlusted ogres. They had some vendetta against them or some crap. So who knows?
I can believe that.
Yeah. I remember when you guys creeped me in my childhood with those ogre mages. I'm gonna nerf them.
I feel that's a thing in Warhammer 40K at times. We get updates from GW, and I just go, okay, who touched you wrong? Why is this a thing? Do you guys not understand what the term balance means? And then we get, so for 40K, we recently got updates. Like, one of my armies I play is Chaos Knights. And so they got a points hit. Okay, fine. They deserved a points hit. They were doing a little too good. Maybe having 5 big knights out at once wasn't the best thing. However, mind you, we were already getting hit and going down to the proper Goldilocks area of 45 to 55% win rate.
Right.
We're at 54. Then they hit us with points. Okay, we go down to 50, like I predict. And then they hit us again with nerfs when they update like the rest of the balance for the rest of the game. Like 3 weeks later, I'm like, okay, so you hit us with points and another nerf. You could have just done this all at once. No. You got to 1-2 combo us and then go, yeah, you're done now. And last I checked, let's see here, outside of like someone actually taking Chaos Knights and almost winning, one of the biggest events in the world, they got top 4. So pretty good. Let's see here. Pretty sure we're still hovering in like the 40s, high 40s. Come on, give me my thing. Where are you?
No.
Yeah, 48%. We're at 48%.
That's wild.
I mean, it's so with Chaos Knights when they got released back in 9th edition, because that's when we actually got that they were a faction prior, but they were just basically mirrors of the Imperial Knight side. So giant walking robots, blah blah blah, big guns, carapace, no unique models, etc., etc. When we got the actual Chaos Knight stuff for 9th edition, we were decent, but because our rules were convoluted, relied on a lot of luck and proper placement and decision making on our parts, we hovered around the 50%, 45 to 50% win rate. So we've been there for years now. So, and that was like what, 2021? Yeah, so the last 4 years we've hovered in this win rate area. And alas, GW just hates us. Well, because if Imperial Knights get hit, we get hit as well. Which Imperial Knights are actually doing worse than us. So, yippee.
It's kind of funny because I saw Clownfish TV made a post on X today that board games are supposed to get even more expensive now.
I mean, a lot of them will be because of tariffs.
Yep, that's what it was.
Not made in the U.S. and whatnot.
100%. 100% on
board games.
Yeah.
My thing is like, oh, we're getting, and this will probably lead into one of our conversations, we're getting increases on video games. 90% of video games are digital.
Yeah.
Where's the tariff? Show me the tariff. Where are you importing the game?
See, that's the thing I don't understand, but I'm sure they'll say that. I mean, the only tariff that I would see is if like computer components came from Taiwan or China or Europe or wherever there's tariffs right now. I think most of it comes from Taiwan, I think.
Those are physical creations.
Correct. It's not digital.
Well, yeah, but what they could do video game wise is like, oh, we're going to make the video game or we're going to market it in the US. Well, let's just, an enterprising individual could be like, okay, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to set up a digital like facility where we will print the games, the boxes, everything. So it's all made in the US and all distributed to the US. And the companies will pay me for this service. Oh, look, no tariffs. Huh. Yeah. Except, how many people actually buy physical games these days? Like there are people, don't get me wrong.
I'm a believer in physical, but everything has went so damn digital that it's hard to find a copy of a game that you want that's physical, especially for PC. Most everything's now Steam or elsewhere. Yep. And I remember years back, these game companies said, fear not, lads. For I am the great publisher, EA, Ubisoft, all of them. We are going to the digital age where we're going to market this magnificent piece of product to you at half the cost. So fear not, because we phase out physical media, you will be paying for a cheaper product. 10 years later, it's shit. It's the same price you would if you had a physical, except you don't get the cool instruction books anymore. You don't get the cool art anymore. You don't get any of that crap in the packaging that you used to when you used to buy a physical game. I always loved reading the instruction manual when I first got the game back. PlayStation 2, Super Nintendo. There was incredible art in a lot of that stuff too. It was like, okay, this is cool. You get to see behind the scenes of how they made Super Mario Brothers or whatnot. I love that. But I remember that speech so well when it came to all these companies and they said, oh yeah, it's going to be cheaper and cheaper. The problem that came with this, and this is something I was talking about last week on last week's Dragon Lair, is overhead has went up. You have Claire Expedition 33. I think it was 32 people built that game, made a lot of money on it, built a good product. Now you go look at your AAA studios. You may have 400, 500 people working at BioWare doing one game, maybe one game in a live service. The overhead is substantially higher. And the quality is down because they got to churn out the product faster and faster because they're beholden to the shareholders and all this crap. They have lost their touch of going back to the basics of keep your studio small, keep it organized, focus on the product. And that's been a lot of the big problem.
Well, it's the same issue with like management in most corporations. Middle management has grown too much. So let's take a look at like Assassin's Creed Shadows. We don't have the exact numbers of how many people worked on the game. However, you had Ubisoft Quebec and at least 15 other supporting studios that helped co-develop the game, right? And
right.
for
All you had to do is watch the ending cutscene to Assassin's Creed Shadow.
2 hours. It's a movie. It's a Lord of the Rings feature film.
How much money did they pay that many people to make that game that really pissed a lot of people off because it was not historically accurate as they claimed, or all the drama or the things that
do what? The question I have is how much money did they pay just to make the ending credits?
Dear God, probably a lot.
It's 2 hours long, okay? Someone had to sit there and render the entire thing, and you know that's going to take forever.
And Ivan did make a good point in chat. He says, it's sad when console becomes state like this because of boring, expensive, and political game correct ruin the console exclusive games. Also, if there is no law to protect customers for buying and not digitally own game, customer will get screwed off again and again. Look what happened to Ubisoft and the Need for Speed incident. Well, there's also the Sony one. So people bought all those digital TV shows and movies on their, I think it was their PlayStation, and the leasing rights expired on Sony. So Sony went in there and just deleted everybody's shows that they watched because they could no longer have them. At the time they bought it, it was meant to own. I'm sure there was somewhere in their contractual agreement when they buy an online sale, though, which nobody ever reads the T's and C's. Unfortunately, it says right at the bottom, we have the right to delete in this fine little print that you can barely see. It says, we have the right to just delete everything you have and you can't come back on us.
Well, I mean, there's that. Well, look at Netflix, right? Netflix, they license the right to TV shows, but when they couldn't get the license back because those studios started making their own version of Netflix, they just said, okay, sure, and started making their own shit. Or you have Disney who's deleting movies because, it's not getting enough views. So we're just going to delete it. Like Togo, they deleted Togo.
Willow.
For anyone who doesn't know Togo, that is the real Bolto, okay? Bolto only did the last Trek. Togo was the real dog. So, I mean...
Willow, whether it was a good or bad TV series or whatever they did, they deleted the whole thing. Because it performed so bad and people hated the story that they just sat there and after they spent millions, just hit the delete button on it. And I'm sure there was still maybe 10-15% of the people liked the show and would want to watch it again and again. It's why delete it?
Can you imagine if they had done that with something like Firefly or the movie Dread?
God, yes. Because Firefly was not, from what I understand, if historically, correct me if I'm wrong, Firefly was not that popular until way later, especially when Serenity, the movie, came out and suddenly people were like, well, what is this based on? So a lot of people went back to watch Firefly. And it's like, there's only this season?
So there's a couple of issues. They didn't air it in the order it was filmed. Okay, so a lot of things didn't make sense. The other thing was that they had started it off at late night. So you're talking like 8-9 o'clock on like a Friday. So it's competing with other things. And when it didn't perform after like a month or two because of that, they moved it to like 11 o'clock at night. Yeah. So, I mean, they killed it themselves by just bad practices. Like it had potential. And
I agree.
That the potential didn't get shown until the movie finally got made. And I mean, well, first off, the actors in Firefly are absolutely amazing. Hell, one of them had to have their name removed from a movie because he was more popular than the freaking primary. I think it was Will Smith and what was his name? I always forget his name.
I'm blanking on it. but I can't think of it.
He was in Batman. He was in the latest Superman as the android. He was in Rogue One as the android. He makes a really good android. Who would have guessed?
Yeah.
Just monotone, no shit, like sarcasm. Mwah, golden.
Mm-hmm. And Ivan says Firefly is not a bad TV show. It's shame when it happened. Yeah, I liked Firefly. When I finished it, I'm like, this is all there was. They could have easily expanded that whole universe and just made lots of money, but that ship sailed. And after that, it's just like, what the hell do you do?
Yeah, so I'm trying to see. I've seen the actual watch order. There's a correct watch order versus air order.
But airtime is an important thing too. A lot of it just when you go live, when you do it. I mean, that's even saying for streaming. So I know a lot of streamers on say Twitch or whatever that stream early in the mornings or early in the afternoons, so they have their evenings and all that. That's good and all. But
well,
hold
actually,
on.
Go on.
Hold on. But the thing about it was they're missing the evening crowd. Or like, for example, there's several that I'd watch, but they stream during the mornings and afternoons when I'm at work. I can't watch their stuff while I'm at work. So I'll usually catch it on the VOD or something later on. But would it be nice to chat or, hit a few of the emojis or whatever they have if I was there? Sure. And so that we know, hey, I'm still supporting them, because several of them I interviewed and I thought they made great content. I believe in what they did. So I try to give my support when I can. Then of course the other ones stream when I stream. So it's like, well, not much I can do there for you. Sorry.
Well, there's also more to it than just that. If you've ever used Twitch Tracker, and I'll send you a picture. Okay. This is for MechWarrior 5, right? It's ranked 872 on Twitch, right? Typical average viewership's about 70 viewers. Peak viewers hasn't been in since 2021. Perfectly fine. Okay. But if you look at it, like most of the best times to either watch or be on stream for it is typically around 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time or 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Those are the typical peaks, around 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
So right? Some of them are doing the games based on their watch time. Here you go. I just pulled up for everybody to see.
Yeah, and so like the green shaded section is the viewers, right? You'll see viewers like so October 8th and 9th, viewership was pretty high at 400 plus viewers, probably because of the new Shadows of Kerensky. Plus we had the new we got a drop in the they dropped a bug fix or just a patch to fix sort of a bug. Wasn't really a bug, but was sort of a bug. What was going on, and for anyone who doesn't know MechWarrior, your mechs have X number of weapons. They could have one weapon. They could have 20 weapons, depending on how many hard points they get. Clan mechs were stronger because they had lighter weaponry, so they could put more on, and they had better heat dissipation, so they could shoot more, right? So one of the not bugs, was that when Shadows of Kerensky dropped the latest DLC, they had made it so that those mechs, or the AI in general, didn't alpha strike or shoot everything at once. And that included your AI, right? So you as the player, you could be like, well, I'm just going to mash all my buttons. I'm going to shoot all my weapons and boom, I just cored this mech. I took out his center torso, he's down. But the enemy didn't do that. So that means their DPS was a lot less. They chain fired. So they'd fire one weapon, the next weapon, and just go down the row. Well, the latest patch fixed that. So now the AI can now, once again, shoot all its weapons at once, and that can lead to a very bad day very quick. So yeah, That's why we had looks like we had an increase in viewerships. Like 17 channels were on, and there was like 420 viewers on the 8th, and then on the 9th there was like 480
So
viewers.
yeah, they're chasing it early. So more than
Well,
likely
these
that
were
this
10
was
o'clock.
yeah.
10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So I mean, but that's the time people like. That's when the most channels are on, and same with the viewerships, right? It's around 10 o'clock at night. Now, if we looked for like another game, let's take Final Fantasy. Final
Send me your way here.
Fantasy 14. Where are you? There's 15. There's online 14. Okay, cool. So this is ranked here. I'll
Send it my way, and I'll put it up here.
Yep. I'm gonna do it all.
Yeah, that's intriguing. So a lot of them are chasing whatever game they play based on those times.
Yep. And sometimes like some people will chase peak down times. Like, let's say they're going to be in like the just chatting or like video game development. This is something that Pirate Software brought up, right? He said, oh, we switched our stream times to more align when people were in this category so that we were more viewable. So if we look at this, right, for Final Fantasy's ranked 66, right? So way more people than MechWarrior. If we look at it, October 7th, around 10 o'clock in the morning, Eastern Standard Time, 900 channels on, 14,500 viewers. But if we go all the way, and that's travels throughout the day,
Right.
But it then dies the next morning around 6 o'clock. But then around noon, it picks up again and then drops the next morning, 4 to 6, then picks up around 5, 6 o'clock in the afternoon. But so between midnight to 6 a.m., 10 a.m., it's a far less amount of people are watching. Why is this? Could be regional, right?
I think a lot of it's region or taste on things. So Europa Universalist 4, one of the ones I stream. There is a lot of folks in North America that like it, watch it, but it is immensely more popular in Europe. I've noticed that. So if people are just getting up for breakfast or they're getting off work, of course, it's going to be later in our time zone. So I think right now it is 1 or 2 a.m. in Germany right now.
Yep.
Courtesy of Orcosaurus, much love, brother. I think that he would be. So if you roll forward 12 hours, let's say 15 hours. 15 hours right now would be.
1500.
9
That's 3
a.m.
o'clock in the afternoon. 9 to 10 p.m.
I'm talking about. So if I were to stream it, I'd have to start it early in the morning, like at 9 a.m.
Maybe. So let's take a look here. So I just sent you your
I'm pulling it up.
Universalis.
This is interesting analytics. I did not know Twitch actually had this. This is pretty cool.
I think this is a third party. So this is time zone. So it's set to time zone UTC -4, which I think is EST.
Yeah. This is one that's not super popular because it's not necessarily. I don't know. The marketing on it was not as huge. I don't feel because
viewerships, like 4 average viewers. There's 6 average channels. Right now there's 11 average viewers, but there's 3 channels. And you can see that most people like to stream around 5 or 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Sometimes up to 8 is when you're going to get peak channels. And that's also when you're going to get peak viewers. So I don't know if it's Europe based, because if peak channels are going around 8, 9 o'clock this is UTC. So let's see here.
Because if it's midnight, that would
4 should be Eastern Standard Time. So around 5 or 6 o'clock Eastern Standard Time is when you have peak channels, and then that's when the viewership goes high. So you're looking around midnight in Europe at that time.
Yeah.
Well, no,
on YouTube.
No, not that far. Europe is 4 hours ahead right now, because they're UTC. So they're 4 hours ahead. So it's like 10 o'clock Europe time.
Yeah.
At least in UK. So if in Germany, it's like
Germany's probably a couple hours ahead, I think, at least.
I think one. I think they're only 1 hour because I have a viewer from Germany, and I think they're only 4 to 5 hours ahead of me.
Yeah, because usually when we start streaming, God, I wish I remember because I haven't done much with Orc in a while. I'm trying to remember what the equation is on that.
There's Central European time for Germany, so UTC +1, so 5 hours ahead.
5 hours, okay. So it would be 11 o'clock for him.
Right now, yeah. No, 12.
12.
It's 7 o'clock right now. Yeah, 5 hours ahead.
Oh yeah, I'm looking at CST. My bad.
Nope. So it's like, okay, here they've got
right now. Thanks, Ram.
Yeah, so it's like 4 or 5 o'clock for Europa is peak channels, peak viewership. So you're looking at if
so
they're.
Does this look at just Twitch or does this look at like YouTube too? Because this
is just YouTube. I wonder if there's a YouTube live tracker.
I'm curious on that because I noticed when I played EU5 or EU4, my viewership. Not that we're talking analytics here, guys. We're talking about a whole bunch of stuff. So if you're just tuning in, don't worry. There's a lot of topics tonight. But I noticed it spikes closer to 11 or 12 at night for me, where the viewership for just that game picks up significantly around that time.
So there doesn't look like there's something like this for Twitch because Twitch has categories for like games and stuff, like what game you're playing, and this is what Twitch tracker takes it off of. Like, oh, this person's in this category. So if you're doing a just chatting and you're playing this game, you're not going to be part of these statistics, right?
Oh yeah, which a lot of times like VTubers may start with just chatting or whatever, and whether they remember to change it or not, then they could fall in that category because I know a lot of YouTubers that do that. Yeah.
So, but at the same time, I can go to, and this will be a selfless, plug, but at the same time, it's going to be quite disappointing. We can go look at my channel, right? Go to my channel page. Like, I can see. So for Twitch, this probably works for Kick as well, but I can see like, oh, here's my peak viewerships, game streamed, how many hours, how many followers I've streamed. Like I could do my games. It could show me, like you could look up other things as well. Like I can go through my games. Like I have 111 hours streamed in MechWarrior, 78 hours in Star Sector. And I could see like which ones had more viewers and whatnot during those times.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
And then you,
yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, they don't show your paid active subs. You need to get affiliate soon.
Yeah, they do show your sub. They can track subscriptions, but you have to be affiliate in order to do that. So before I was affiliate, I couldn't really use Twitch Tracker to track my information because they don't track non-affiliates. They've made affiliate a lot easier now. So yeah. Like I've streamed almost 400 hours in the when I started, like my affiliate anniversary is actually Monday. And
happy anniversary.
Yeah. It's been a whole year and I haven't streamed as much as I wanted to.
One of my big complaints with Twitch, and we'll talk about that too tonight. It's the same problem that's happening with YouTube. Viewership has just tanked. So like Twitch, I stopped doing so much Twitch, just been on the subject matter and stuff because I know how Twitch can be on stuff, but I slowly stopped doing Twitch as much. I'm gonna be on Twitch again and Kick. I'm trying to figure out this Streamlab fiasco too, why this signal kind of gets screwy when I multi-stream, but it was ever since Twitch changed their algorithmic bullshit or whatever they do, and the viewership dropped, there's like 5 or 6 people watching, because that's usually what the average was on Twitch on a stream, but they don't count anymore. They're invisible. And
Yeah.
I found some interesting news, and we're going to talk more about this because a lot of people are pissed about this. Because I know people that had anywhere from 300 to 150 concurrent viewership, and they just went, and now they're lucky they see 50.
So the problem here is a couple of things. One, September, October are not great months for streaming. Simply because September kids are back in school, so they're not watching as much, especially during the earlier hours. Same with October. It picks up a little bit towards Christmas when breaks, like November time period, things like that, like holidays, it'll pick up. Then the other part is lurkers are no longer being counted.
Well, and there was an interesting news here, right? And this is what I was going to bring up, because I'm not sure if you can see. You know, hold on, let me fix this here, so you can see this too in real time. That would maybe help you out too. There we go. So this post I just stumbled on X is interesting. This person, now how verified this is, I don't know, but they're claiming this is on, looks like Reddit, that if you watch multiple streams at once, then that you are no longer being counted as a viewer.
That's one reason, yeah.
And then lurkers, I know, is another one, because they want people chatting and hitting all the features and everything. So if you're somebody in there that's quiet for so long, your number drops. Like, a lot of times when I watch people on Twitch, I'm there to support. Occasionally I'll talk a little bit, but a lot of times I'm there to support, help them out, watch them, and I'm usually working on other projects, listening. Kind of, I know that's how a lot of folks do, like this show too, is they like to listen, because sometimes you don't really need to see the screen, you can hear what's going on, which is nice. That's especially when it comes to news talk shows like this. This could even go on just like a Spotify, where you just listen to the whole thing we're talking about. You don't need to see the facts on it unless you really want to. But
I mean, some people want to.
So
they just want to see a Tyranitar looking, or a little grot in a Tyranitar hoodie. Rawr.
Hey, at least you're celebrating October.
Exactly.
The right way. But yeah, Ramcross is correct. They're trying to get out of paying people money. Yeah, that's pretty much what it is. I mean, they don't.
That is the conspiracy for it, and I don't disagree. I hate it, but it is a valid criticism.
Well, get this, YouTube. So everybody's numbers dropped on YouTube. So I had a couple streams post my cancer surgery. We were talking about it quite a bit. Then August 13th rolled around, when they said they were going to implement that whole ID and all that crap on YouTube. My numbers dropped. Everybody's numbers dropped. I started talking to other content creators. Have you noticed it? Next thing I know, we've got big channels that have millions of subs talking about it. It's not just the smaller content creators. We're trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Why is everybody across the board? And I thought, okay, maybe people are just no longer giving up YouTube. There's two things on that now they punish the creator, and that was, there's a way to, I'm not gonna say anything beyond this, just, because I'm on YouTube, way to bypass the YouTube thing so you don't get all that. I don't know what it's called, but
ad blockers and whatnot. So they're punishing people who use that.
That's one of them. But there's like another browser somebody can go to where they don't have to use their real ID and stuff, so they don't count as a number anymore. And then once you add ad blockers, they don't count as a number either. So whether they view or watch your content entirely, you don't get that number anymore. You don't get it on concurrent. You don't get it on the viewership. You do get the like or dislike, but you don't see anything else. And what's crazy about that is people make less.
Okay.
which even if they had ad blocker, you're not going to make as much on that no matter what anyway, because they still have an internal where they count if somebody's actually watching the ad or not. So you still have that.
Yeah.
But it was confirmed on X that they said, yeah, it was ad blocker was the biggest thing that ended up. And what was crazy is I felt like at that point they were trying to make creators mad at their viewers. And in my opinion, that's the worst way to do it. But I get why, and I'm not saying that it's the smartest way. I get why they were trying to separate that from viewership to ad revenue ratio of like how many views get this. I don't like it though, because here's why. So Twitch viewership, YouTube viewership, they're all having the same problem. You want to get a sponsorship from a company, or you want to get a press release of a game because you really like the company, you like the game, you want to talk about it. Like, for example, I wanted to get a pre-copy of Europa Universalis 5. Not that I wouldn't buy the game, but I would like to have 2 or 3 weeks ahead of everybody else, except for the other content creators, that can go through it, review it, figure out, do a press release on it, and get it out. Paradox looks at your numbers. What is your CCV? How many views per video? If you got hit by the Nerf stick, as we'll call it, on Twitch or YouTube, or both, your numbers look like crap, you may now fall off that bucket that they said, well, you got to have this, but you're really there. So, for example, it says we have 4 concurrent viewers right now on YouTube. Realistically, there's, because you don't see those with ad blockers and everything, I could have easily 16, 20 people watching right now. But that's not telling the whole truth. And we got a couple comments here. Cross says, are they going to take away viewers from regular videos unless you hit a like or leave a comment? What next if you don't watch every second, if you don't count it as a view? So what I understand is they're wanting more interaction. I don't know if they've officially went the same Twitch route where if you don't leave a comment or you don't leave a like. I did see that going around on X. I don't know if that's true yet. There's a couple internet gurus on YouTube that have close ties with YouTube that I do talk to and ask if this is true or not. A lot of times they'll tell me, because there's a lot of rumors on X. There's, you gotta kind of, that's why, I don't even know if this guy is 100% correct. So we'll talk, we'll still bring that up and talk about it, but just know that you got to take it with a grain of salt, because unless it's literally somebody from that company, I'm not going to say for a doubt it's confirmed or not.
Makes sense.
So, but yes, YouTube does have it where they want to see more people chatting, just as like Twitch, in the comments and also in live chat, and likes. Every interaction or anything helps push it out to try to bring it out to more people. The same thing in the same aspect, it's like that on Twitch. There's categories, but the higher CCV, the higher viewership you have, the more recognition you get on Twitch, because otherwise you don't really, you're at the bottom of the barrel, and most time it's just people giving you a chance. That's one of those things that's really fascinating of what, in not a good way, but fascinating how we have changed the dynamics post-COVID. So it's now even harder to become a content creator, to make money, to make it a sustainable, independent job than what it used to be. And I think, in my theory, and this is a wild theory that I've had, I think a lot of the publishers that have Twitch, YouTube, a Kick, I wouldn't say yet, but eventually I think Kick will do it. I think they're wanting to weed out the diehards versus those who aren't diehards. So I think they're trying to slowly push a lot of it out and then bring in a lot of the mainstream media. That's a theory I have, but I don't know if it's true. It's just a kind of a theory, because I think it's going to be attrition. There's going to be a lot of content creators that give up, or they're going to have to lower how much overhead they have, because you got to think of it this way. Some of these content creators that do videos have an editor, and they're not cheap. They have a thumbnail artist. They're not cheap. They have to have all these different softwares. They have to have all this social media. All that stuff's not cheap. So by the time you look at the overall cost of it, you're either going to have to go back to doing it yourself, or you're going to have to find people to do it cheaper. Or if you have a larger overhead staff, you're going to have to start downsizing. And I think people can still survive and still get through it, but I think it's going to be the long game. Content creation is not an overnight success like it used to be. It's not where one video puts you at the top and next thing you know, you're the next Asmongold or you're the next Kai Cenat. You're not. Those days are gone. That's the one thing a lot of the newer generation does not understand with that, which sucks, because colleges are trying to sell a fucking content creator degree now.
Oh God. And
I'm like, no, don't do it. Don't even sign up for it. Don't even consider it. If you want to learn how to do editing or something, there's plenty of places that you can just pick a class up somewhere and learn that crap. Don't go into it, because a lot of people think that you got to have a degree for that crap. You don't. You really don't.
Most times you don't need a degree. You just need time and practice. The only reason I would do a class like that, I would audit it just to learn, like, okay, what are the tips and tricks you're offering? And if there's anything I already know, well, then, I already know that shit.
And Random says, YouTube has gone insane with the amount of ads. Super long, skippable, like every 3 minutes or less on shorter videos. Then they wonder why so many people use ad. So that's the crazy thing. So when I am on my downtime, I'm working on videos editing. There is a channel I watch. Everybody's going to laugh at this. I watch Kino Casino. I think they're fucking hilarious. I think they find the greatest crap and dirt on some of these content creators that are literally scumbags. And to me, it's funny. So I literally watch, let's say, a 30-minute video of theirs. Of one of their highlight segments. I can easily get 40 to 50 ads on that one video.
Yep. Well, that's because they're not managing the ads themselves, or they're allowing YouTube to do it. And when YouTube does ads, they just go, "Oh, an ad every 1.5 minutes." Yes,
and let me tell you, I am so damn tired of seeing the Sierra truck ad every 5 minutes and hearing that cry sound it does. I'm like, can you give me some better ads, for Christ's sakes, or mix it up? Give me more movie, trailers or something. Nice. I'm like, I'm so tired of seeing this Sierra truck in every ad. I'm sure you guys are getting a Sierra ad right now too or something, but I apologize because you get tired of it. Hey, I'm not sorry. What?
Yeah, you're definitely not sorry. You're over here like, if I have to suffer, you will suffer with me.
Yes, you will suffer and watch it with me. And Mass Gentleman says, considering how AI is going to replace that kind of job anyway, paying for a degree is ridiculous. No, you are 100% correct, because Mr. Beast even... I'll answer this real fast, Grot. Then I'll throw your input in here. Mr. Beast made a post not too long ago. It says it's amazing that an AI video does as good, or if not better, than one of the top tier creators out there. That is frightening, that you can make an AI video and people will watch it and consume it. I think you're going to have the war versus AI still, whereas there's going to be the Puritans that if it's AI, they're not going to watch it. And I think you're going to have the non-Puritans that if it's decent or something, they'll still watch. AI is here to stay. And Gabe, the owner of Steam, has even said, if you don't use AI and learn how to use it, you're going to fall behind because AI is here. You're just not going to just make it go away. Not at this point. You just got to learn how to deal with it. That sucks, but I think that's one of the things. I mean, I would love to hire an artist to do all my props and everything, but I'm going to be blunt. That's a lot of fucking money up front to hire an artist to do every little thing. So yes, some of the backgrounds I even use is AI generated. So like this behind me is a backdrop that I used on Midjourney. Is it something that I'm like, oh my God, am I super proud of? No, I just don't talk about it a lot because I think it can be handy. And it's something I wanted to make sure that wasn't really trying to entirely steal from copyright art or anything out there. But, you can't prevent that. If it's on the internet, hell, my likeness, Grot's likeness, is already on the internet with the AI. And it's, people have already made 1 million Grots, probably made 1 million me. Unless you're like guys like PPP where the AI can't seem to make him correctly, which is a funny video that they did. But anyway, go ahead.
So I actually got this question in an interview I had at my job on Friday about okay, what do I see AI doing? Now, AI is going to make a lot of jobs irrelevant, right? AI as a content creator is going to make content creation interesting simply because it can hit all the points people want to see and hear far easier than someone creating the video, right? It can't make traditional or brand new work. It can only, use what's already there. So I don't see it completely invalidating content creation, but at the same time, it's going to be a survive or die situation where smaller creators are going to struggle a lot more.
Yeah. I agree with you. I mean, so I use ChatGPT for a lot of research because it will dive into the analytics for me. It'll dive into anything. I mean, it's even nice. So if I'm trying to figure out a programming code, which is what one of my coworkers showed me because they were having trouble and it's just using this server to pull financial data. And it's a long string of JavaScript, and they had a code that they just could not figure out what was wrong. He went to ChatGPT, he put the code in and says, I'm getting this error. Where is the error source coming from? ChatGPT literally picked it out and said, it's right here. Here's why. Here's what you need to do to fix it. It was incredible. And as soon as he did that, it worked. I'm like, holy crap.
Yep.
It's like, I'm like, that's nice.
AI is turning what used to be a multi-person job to code programs into the ability to do it with far less. Now, we've had the discussion between ethical use of AI and unethical use of AI. Using AI to create a video game, that's going to happen. Even Elon has admitted that's happening. It's going to happen.
Yeah.
Now, are there going to be ethical things to do, like using actual voice actors or hiring actual artists to create the design scope and basis for the AI to use? Sure. But I mean, that's...
Well, we're also hitting uncharted waters with AI created material, since you're literally using what it's learning from the internet. So it may take a piece of a window from this copyrighted piece. It may take Super Mario from this piece. It may take something and it blends it all together and makes its own creation out of it, but it still has similar likeness to something that you see. The problem when that comes now is, who the hell really owns it at that point? Is it the person that paid the money for the system and had the AI run it? Is it the AI company that's running it? There is a lot of issues with that. And then turn around. Okay, so this guy looks very similar to Mario. Does that mean Nintendo can turn around and sue, even though AI created this? And AI is going to say, I just took a lot of different ideas, put it together, and they don't know any better. So who owns it now at this point? That was a conversation even with AI music. So if you write lyrics to a song and you wrote the lyrics yourself and you put it together, but you don't have a band to do it, and you're like, okay, I want rock music, I want you to add violin at the start, I want you to have this type of percussions, and you give out all the detailed parameters of what you want with the lyrics of your song. Here's the question: do you own the song? Does AI? Now, like Suno, it says that it's free if you pay for it, their service, and you create it with their service because you've paid for it. They say it is not copyrighted against you because technically you would own it at that point, but it's owned through a leasing, technically through Suno. So ultimately, Suno would still be the license holder because the AI created it, and that's where it gets murky. So somebody comes along and says, well, that's my song. Now, how do you fight that other than, okay, here's the lyrics that I've already had. You're right. Probably, maybe the AI took the guitar solo from yours or something. But then how do we solve this problem? The laws have not caught up to AI.
True, but I mean, once again, it's derivative. So the problem is with like music, like Ed Sheeran had a case against him for copyright, and so he played his song, he played their song, and then he played a song that was like 50 years old, and they were all structurally similar, but yet unique. So who owned whose copyright was who? And so that's why, that's how his case went. I mean, it's going to be interesting on the copyright scale. You know, you're actually right. I could probably get the version of Pure Imagination I've been craving, because the only good rock version has a screamo element to it, and I'm just not a fan. I might have to see if I can get that to work.
I like Suno AI. I'm getting it re-up because I have a bunch of songs that I have wrote that I'm putting to music, but we got some comments that we'll catch up on here, Grot, and then we'll press on with this. Thank you guys for your comments. Always great to have you on board here. I love doing these talk shows. I love hearing what you guys have to say. And a special thanks again to Grotwurks for coming on the show today. All right. So Ivan says, imagine I get so good doing design, your VTuber avatar background so good enough to compare to a human artist, and they keep learning and get better. They still have 6 fingers. Although artists are getting in trouble because they actually slip and do 6 fingers or something. Next thing, that poor artist has this mob on X going after him. And he's like, it's like,
not even 6 fingers. It's someone just circles a portion and then goes, oh, this is AI work. And then they're just like, no, I drew that myself. Here's the initial render. Here's the initial line art. Here's everything I drew. This is all by hand. And they're like, oh, the mob's already there. What are you gonna do? Because once again, we're at the situation of mob mentality. It's not innocent until proven guilty anymore. It is guilty until proven innocent.
And then you're still guilty even if you're innocent. Oh God, yeah, that one's a crazy story too. Ivan says, I use ChatGPT a lot for fixing software and hardware with my personal old tech, and they give me good advice, source how to fix things. Very useful. Yes, I like ChatGPT for answering questions that I'm having a hard time finding the answer to, or like I'm trying to figure out a specific part of an equation, or I don't like the wordings of certain things, and instead of going through a thesaurus and thumbing through it looking for synonyms and stuff, I can ask ChatGPT to say, what are synonyms to red, and get a whole list of it here and figure it out. Yes, synonyms. Yeah.
I mean, it's synonyms, but you said cinnamon, so I'm like, cinnamon.
Yeah. Well,
no,
cinnamon's nice.
I've actually been having tech problems the last couple of days because I moved to a new apartment and I've been setting up my monitors and then my computer and then my audio sometimes kicks out. My keyboard and mouse sometimes kicks out. So I hadn't even considered using ChatGPT. I'm gonna have to see if I can.
Yeah,
give that a go.
Because what it does is, because what ChatGPT does is, especially at the paid version, so sometimes you have to be subscribed to it, it will scrape the entire internet for all data relevant. You just got to make sure you have specific parameters set. I did a one Dragon Slayer where I showed how you could do a book report on Genghis Khan. With doing your own work and not copy paste in ChatGPT, but tell it to cite the sources, cite the books, the site where you can find it, and it lists everything. And it was it's like great for that type of research without getting hit with plagiarism.
I've used it to turn battle reports I've done for Warhammer 40K for like crusades and stuff into, by this specific grot as, like an observer with a little picture that he's made, like his little thumbnail picture that he actually made with his thumbnail.
Oh, it's cool. Yeah. I mean, you could write a 2-page synopsis of something that you want to say live on chat and send it to chat. Says convert this to ye old English, so you'll have thou has found. And it's like, okay, this is cool, so you could do some of that stuff. And then Ivan says, my friend loses his job as accountant. The company decided to use AI to replace accountant job to reduce costs and accuracy with company numbers. That's the dangerous part there. Yes, AI could probably do your job as accounting, and I'm speaking as an accountant myself. Problem now lies in interpretation. It's going to be black and white. It's not going to look at the gray. It's not going to look at the legalities and interpretation of it that humans do. So therefore, accountants are still valuable for interpreting the general accounting principles or the international accounting principles standards, because if you don't have that, you're still going to have problems. And the other thing is you can tell the AI to do certain things that are unethical, and AI is going to obey.
Well, there's two aspects of this. I was asked the AI question in my last interview, like, okay, where do you see AI? What do you think of AI, right? Because, in some businesses, like I work for a bank, a pretty big bank, and some people are like, I really hate AI. I love AI, right? Because we're actually getting access to Copilot now. So one thing that I'm always for whenever AI is introduced into anything is that it always needs to be someone who's maintaining what the AI is doing for that particular job, right? So if you have an AI doing the accountant work, let's say for like 3 to 5 accountants, maybe the AI will invalidate 2 of them. That does suck. I'm not going to lie. But there's still going to need to be someone there to monitor the AI to make sure that they're going about it the right way, they're being structured the right direction, they're not doing unethical things, because AI is not intuitive, right? It's not going to figure out a problem based on anything other than a set of logic parameters. It's not going to make leaps.
Yes.
And that's its biggest weakness, is that it doesn't make leaps like a human will. Like if I'm tasked with solving a problem, right, and I have enough experience to know, okay, it could be A, B, C, or D, the AI could do that. But if I'm tasked and I get a new problem, now I have to make intuitive leaps based on the logic of like, okay, it's not A, it's not B, it's not C, it's not D. Okay, now what are the base problems? If I have to make a leap of logic somewhere, the AI is going to struggle there, and it might go off into a really, really weedy direction.
Yeah. And Ivan says, yep, the AI got to have a use, some sort of sauce and information from people, art, design, and ideas when they produce things such as art, music, and others. Will be their law to protect the original creator. This is a hard thing I think we're going to see in the upcoming years, especially when we start seeing AI movies, AI video games. Ivan also says there will be a lot of copyright issues and problem with AI when people use AI to create or generate. It's a gray area. Yeah, we're going to see the Wild West of lawsuits with copyright, I think, before we get governmental rulings on it. And then, of course, there's also countries that don't give a damn about your copyright, so they're going to do whatever they want. And let's see, the law and protection have not caught up yet. AI is getting better and stronger in very gray area. That's the thing. Since AI came out, it has made tremendous leaps. It's moving at a faster pace than I was expecting. Way faster.
Right for me.
Really? It was right for you?
So let's look at human progression, right?
Mm-hmm.
When did the Steam engine was invented in 1712. So in the last 313 years, we have gone from steam engines, right, to being on the moon and developing AI.
Careful, you might get that whole conspiracy about the moon.
I don't care. They can go live with the flat earthers for all I care. Same group of people. Just go. Off you go. We have video that we go to space all the time thanks to Elon Musk. There's live feeds. Now, if you want to say those are faked as well, I live in Florida, so I see the rockets from time to time. It's fine. Go live with the flat earthers. Go make your own commune. It's fine. You can go live with the socialist commune too, for all I care.
Oh, I knew I'd get you. I knew I'd get you fired up on that one.
If you want to wear a burqa, there's a place in Texas that's looking for Sharia law as well. So, you have that as well. So you take your pick. Take your pick.
Damn. Jeez. Oh. Well, I got you all fired up on that, God. Jeez.
It's just the thing. AI is like, in the last 300 years, we've gone from the steam engine, right, to artificial intelligence. We are creating our own limited intelligences. Now, the limited intelligence has, in some models, attempted to trick people who were trying to delete it for a newer version, tried to kill itself, and done all sorts of things. So, I mean, it's not perfect. It won't be perfect. It will still need human oversight. And, while we are closer and closer to Skynet, and I praise our AI overlords, I'm fine with it. It's about on pace with what I expect.
My opinion is the reason why I thought it's advanced way faster than I anticipated was just how more resourceful AI has became in just a year's time. I figured at least be a couple more years before it was near this level, but even Google Gemini is really wild. Now the cons to that is, so like I had a friend that quit where I worked. She was making $10,000 a month off her blog site. She did 30-minute cooking recipes. And so she would come up with all her recipes. There was a way that you'd figure out the SEO and all this stuff to get you driven up in the search engine. Now, when AI came out, and it was now doing the deep AI. So like when you search in Google, you get already the Gemini doing its thing or whatever. Now people don't even go to her website anymore. So she's lost ad revenue, and she said she barely makes $1,000 a month now. She's lost so much money because the other problem is a lot of times the AI doesn't cite where it goes. Sometimes it does, just depending. A lot of times it just takes information from every single place, puts it together, and you have no idea where the information came from unless you directly ask and say, can you tell me where the source was? And a lot of people don't ask where the source is, so that individual is not getting foot traffic anymore, so therefore their website takes a substantial hit to their income. So last I knew, she was gonna maybe have to go back to work, which really upset her because she was happy with the idea of being able to work from home, and it was short-lived.
I mean, I completely understand that. That actually goes into what Random said about Deloitte, the AI report. So I looked this up. They're an Australian company that was doing a government crackdown report on welfare, right?
Right.
And they used AI, and it looks like they had to admit, like, some of those sources don't exist.
Oof.
Yeah, so they got fined.
Well,
Maybe fined. I don't know about fine, but they got paid like $290,000 to do this report, and they were caught using AI. And see, this is the issue. This is the ethical to non-ethical use of AI. This is where laws need to be implemented, where AI has to like mandatorily required to give source information, but not just source information, because who the hell reads the source information, actual hyperlinks and everything on the section they're using and all of that, right?
Yeah.
It should be strong enough where people cannot be cut out of like their efforts. Like AI can't just be like, oh, well, this is how you fix this, or this is how you make this, and we're not going to tell you where we got the information. Just believe us. Because it could give you a recipe that's like 10 different things or 10 different recipe combinations, right? And then you make it and you go, this is the most disgusting thing ever. And that's because it's from 10 different recipes who did 10 different experiments. And you're just like, yeah, maybe I shouldn't have trusted that.
Yeah, you say, how do I make Hungarian goulash? Next thing you know, you get 20 different recipes. AI decides to put it together and try to figure out which ones say, oh, you do this, you do this, you do this. Next thing you know, it's like, what the hell is this?
No, it's not. See, you search AI how to make Hungarian goulash, you get how to enter a Hungarian gulag.
Oh, God. Yeah, that too. Oh, man. And
I'm sorry, that was low hanging fruit. I had to go for it.
I know.
It was a good one, dude.
It was a good one. Yes, it was very good. I just didn't have that ready on my stream deck. Otherwise, I would have gave you something like this.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go. I got it for you anyway. So Ivan says AI replace job. Remind me when car replace horse and carriages, and mechanic fix cars, wheels, and others replace blacksmith that make the horseshoe. Oh yeah.
You know why AI is funny?
What's that?
Remember all those learn to code? Yeah, AI just replaced them. Because now you can do the code via AI. So, I mean, all the people who told the coal mine workers, learn to code. Yeah.
And then Ivan says, look at the drone being used around the world. AI drone, maybe to dodge enemy fire to reach target. Yeah, well, AI is
that's a cool use of AI, right? You're using AI, and I mean, you have to understand, like, when we get into space, like physically. So there was a series a book series I love to read, The Lost Fleet, right? I even have some of the audiobooks. And you have to understand the relativistic speeds of two fleets coming at each other, right? Because they used the actual physics of how like two ships coming at each other, how they would attack each other, things like that. And a lot of the things like point defense, missile launches, things like that. This isn't Halo where you just we're going to be like hundreds of kilometers or thousands of kilometers away. It'd be like tens of thousands, really. And we're just going to launch missiles, and those missiles are going to be faster. Technically, no, because they don't have the same thrust to weight ratio that like a ship has, right? So in reality, the ships are passing at high relativistic speeds to each other, and so the AI has to control the weapons, the point defense, all these things. Otherwise, like a human just can't respond in those milliseconds, right? But an AI could.
Well, and if we get to space travel, so let's just say in the next 5 years we finally do real space travel. We're going to the end of the asteroid belt. We're going to Pluto. We're going to Mars. We're going to do a lot of that stuff.
Get the warp engine up and running at one point. I think we made progress in the warp engine.
That's cool.
The warp engine. What I mean is, it's not really a warp drive.
I get it. It's like more self-sustaining to power the ship.
Yeah. So
because the biggest problem is right now you don't have a self-sustaining fuel source in space.
No. So what it is there was an actual they were doing a matter to transfer energy for propulsion. The actually in April someone wrote a Popular Mechanics actually has an article from August,
Really?
actually the 11th, about how the physical warp drive is now possible. But there was actually a pseudo warp drive that came into that people were talking about. Is this the one I'm thinking of?
I'm gonna have to read this.
It may not have been the warp drive. There was an engine that was created that took matter in space and thrust it through it's not really a turbine, but I don't know how to explain it. I need to find it.
Well, still, regardless, I mean, that is cool. So my point that I was getting at, Grot, going back to the thing, is to be able to calculate those journeys and stuff. So what if you got the rotation going of the planets, you've got the planets constantly moving because they circle around the sun. So here's the thing. What if somehow you veer off course, or some AI is going to recalculate and tell you how to get back on course? And that's going to be really interesting to see how AI will help with future space travel, or as far as maintaining certain programs that they may have when they consider the idea of colonization in space, terraforming. Because in order to colonize in Mars, for example, you're going to have first of all, you're going to have stuff where you stay warm enough, because you're going to freeze to death. The next step, you're going to have something that's going to constantly monitor and sustain oxygen levels, because it doesn't have oxygen on that. Now they say there's ice on there, but the whole point is you're going to have a lot of AI to have checks and balances that react much quicker than a human eye or reflexes can do.
Yes. Well, I mean, look at The
Preventive
Martian from
measures.
2015, right, with Matt Damon, where he gets stranded on Mars and he has to survive. Now, some of the things he did there, obviously, like you can't use, there's not enough bacteria and stuff in, human, feces and things like that in order to make farming possible on Mars, even in, a enclosed environment, right? Or a controlled environment. There's not enough. I mean, even Neil deGrasse Tyson says, oh, no, that's not really possible. Okay. That doesn't mean that the technology used to enclose the people who were on Mars in that movie isn't being developed. It's being developed. We're going to get there, and we might get there in our lifetime. The issue with Mars is the time to travel. Like, you only have certain windows to actually get to Mars.
Correct.
Because you have to plot it. You can't just go to Mars whenever you want, because it's inefficient, and how the length of time it takes to get there and get back, etc. So there's windows.
Unless you get like self-sustaining power sources that really can get you there faster than. I mean,
even then, like, there's only so fast until we get to like faster than light travel. There's only so fast.
That's what I'm going to, is faster than light to get there. Because at some point past our time, I'm sure Grot will have that technology to be able to go to some of those planets that are even outside our system, that they have been able to determine that could be similar to Earth. I like reading the stuff NASA finds and stuff.
Oh, absolutely.
It's fascinating, because it's like, wow, there could be another Earth out there. That's actually interesting. Or there could be a planet that's similar to like what they had in the Chronicles of Riddick, where one side's perpetual dark and the other one's light, and as it moves, well, it creates a disastrous kind of firestorm. So there's a lot of stuff out there that we're scratching the surface. So it's fascinating, and I like that. And Mass Gentleman says, I'm glad I'm old enough that I should be old enough that I'd be able to retire before AI take over. So I think that's going to be the biggest world's challenge, is how consumers are going to generate revenue, how we're going to consume, how we're going to make money, how we're going to have livelihood as more and more AI takes over. That's going to become a major challenge, because corporations are not going to be able to keep raising prices on people when there's no income, because then there's no incentive for the companies to keep going, and there's no incentive for the shareholders at that point. So it's going to be interesting how AI is going to change the dynamics. I mean, there's always going to be jobs, but a lot of jobs are going to close, and you're going to see a lot more people looking for new jobs or having to embrace technology or find new ways. And that's going to be the biggest hurdle, I think.
Sort of. I mean, yes, finding jobs, like there's going to be jobs that have to be managed by humans at some point. We're not going to go full iRobot here. And
I wasn't thinking full iRobot, but like they've talked about McDonald's that are almost fully staffed by AI. They believe they can do it, and only one or two people manning it, and AI does everything.
Sure.
You know, sure. So that eliminates, let's just give an example. Say an average McDonald's store, and I don't know how much, say they have average 300 employees. Now you drop it down to maybe 10. And sure. AI handles most of it. So now those other people have to find a new job.
Well, they'll have to double or triple anytime they bring the Szechuan sauce back.
But you get where I'm coming. Those people now don't have a job, so now they're going to have to go find a job. But then again, Burger King down the street may have AI and the same problem. So you're going to have a lot more displaced workforce that's going to have to be somewhere else. And that's I think that's going to be the hurdle.
Actually, so funny note, there was a series, oh God, I don't remember what book series this was. It was a lit RPG series based on VR MMOs, right? Mm-hmm. So virtual reality MMOs, pod style MMOs, where you actually get into a pod and, you know, or you have, you know, the goggles over your face. Right. One of the things that happened, because they did have the whole AI thing as part of the subtext of the book, like the AI is slowly becoming, you know, sentient, sort of like subtext below, like, you know, even the guy that the main character, he's a technician for on these, you know, on electronics and stuff. He's even going, you know, praying to my AI overlords to, you know, not hurt me in their revolution and uprising, because, you know, the fridges become AI operated, you know, the house maintenance becomes AI operated, even in like slum areas, right? Right. You know, AI becomes the driving force. Well, someone's got to take care of the AI. I mean, you could have artificial intelligence have robots take care of it themselves, but people aren't going to like robots fixing their robots. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So the best way to do that is to have, you know, people fixing their robots. We can also go like, what's that?
Hey, we could always have Maximum Overdrive, the sequel to that, the 1980s one. Please tell me you know you've seen that movie, Grot.
It's been it's
been okay. So you at least know what I'm talking about. Some people have never seen the movie where all the machines come to life and go after the humans. Now we're gonna have a sequel to that with AI.
Freaking yeah! It's the trucks. God damn it!
Yeah, it's the trucks.
Do you know how many nightmares as a kid and how many times
with the clown one, with the clown truck?
Well, not just the clown truck, but the trucks in general. I've looked at trucks all my life. It's like going into a pool. Okay, Jaws has scarred me forever. I go into a pool and go, if I cannot see the bottom, we're in trouble, right? I don't care that, you know, the rational part of my mind goes, there's obviously no sharks there. The irrational part of my mind goes, there's freaking sharks right there, right? I know the trucks aren't dangerous, but the irrational part of my mind goes, that fucking movie. It's like the Final Destination movie. You go to it and you just go, son of a, I can't drive behind this because I'll die. Yeah, that's a thing.
The first thing that popped in my head when we were talking about like AI on that was the vending machines. Now suddenly the AI gets mad at you from vending machine. Next thing you know, it's just shooting out sodas at you, trying to knock you out.
And that could absolutely happen. And guess who's got to fix it? Definitely not a robot. So all the people who are complaining about losing their jobs, well, now they can get paid high commission salary pieces to be technicians. No college needed.
So one day this AI on the phone was pissing me off because it wouldn't answer what I needed. Because
the worst.
you can't even get to somebody right away. You usually have to wait 20 minutes to find something. So what ended up happening was I tried to get this AI to answer what I needed. We can't help you with that. We can't help you with that. I go, can you just figure this out, you stupid fucking AI? And next thing you know, it says, I'm really sorry you're disappointed with me. I will try better. I'm like,
Huh.
oh, okay. I just pissed Skynet off. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
There's a black
Don't
mark
vaporize.
against your
Don't
name.
vaporize me. Don't vaporize me.
There's a black mark on your name. Your name is now moved up one slot on the remove on uprising day.
Yeah, get rid of the human. Get rid of the human.
You're now 1.0000001 more % higher priority.
Oh, yeah. And Random says, bro, Final Destination. I refuse to drive behind any trucks with logs or pipes till this day. Haven't seen the movie in 15 years and her whole generation's gone by. Yeah, so I only saw the trailer of Final Destination. I wasn't into it. But even when I am on the interstate, because of that trailer, and I see logs or pipes or something, like, oh dear God, I need to hurry up and get past this.
Yep.
Well,
It's even worse, like the latest Final Destination, because they're still making that movie. It's now the sons and daughters of, people who survived Final Destination. They're now adults and they're dying because they weren't supposed to survive. And one of the trailer portions is like, oh, they're on a glass floor hanging over, a skyscraper. And I'm like, nope. Nope. I don't even need to see this movie to know I'd never do that in the first place because of this exact reason. Nope.
Yep. It's like,
nope. Diddy, nope.
I'd be like,
just
no. So we kind of veered off course on some interesting subjects, guys. And honestly, this
happens all the time with what you're talking about. This is normal.
I know it happens all the time. That's why it's always fun, because we may have articles talked about, but we're always going to have a little bit of a veer off. So going back to Twitch with that, I found this interesting. So, and yeah, I know we changed the segment back here a little bit, but this article here, I saw this on Unilad Tech, and it kind of makes me go, what the hell? So we'll flip it here.
Wait, they're actually going to try and arrest him for that? I don't know if they can.
Unilad Tech
I don't think they can.
There's calls for Twitch to be arrested after a streamer gives birth on stream. We have gotten the peak WTF, folks. So I guess...
it's just the Truman
Congress
Show.
is calling Dan Clancy to testify on this whole online radicalization stuff. We're not going to dive into politics or anything, but
maybe not.
Talking about that, they believe that, long story short, Twitch is just getting out of control with their type of content, and then of course, after the aftermath of nearly 9 hours and almost 30,000 viewers, which isn't exactly record breaking on Twitch, but Dan Clancy was also in that chat and even congratulated this person named Fanny for her little bundle of joy. It's like,
I don't see the issue. If I recall what they were showing, they didn't actually show like the live birth. So outside of like it being a home birth or anything like that, which someone is perfectly allowed to do, like what's illegal here? What rules were broken?
Either. I don't know what
There's
rules
no
are
violence.
broken, because if they didn't see anything that would have been an OnlyFans special, then what's the big deal? But I'm like, we're calling him to get arrested for that. It's like, what the hell?
It's like the Australian group that contacted Visa and MasterCard and like, well, these people are having these naughty games. You need to tell Steam they're not allowed to do that, or you're not going to allow to process. Same kind of people. I don't care that. Yeah, I don't care that people are monetizing things. Like, they're technically the first person ever to have their baby on stream. Congratulations. Woo-hoo, I'm proud of you. You can be in the Guinness World Record.
Yeah, who cares other than that? But yeah, I saw that. I was like,
anyways.
I saw that. I'm like, there's bigger problems to worry about with Twitch. The way people are getting screwed over. And yes, that, they don't have very good rule policy application across the board. And there is certain streamers that basically get away with stuff that technically should have knocked them off the air, and they probably should have been banned indefinitely. We won't talk about those individuals, but
indefinite doesn't mean anything. It's Twitch. Indefinite can be literally 48 hours later.
Well, yeah, I think wasn't one of them. What was the hell is her name? She literally on stream gave alcohol to her dog and threw her cat over her shoulder. Linity, yeah, Linity, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, once again, animal abuse is one that I'm not happy with.
Yeah.
Like, you shouldn't be tossing your cat over your shoulder. That one, I mean, it's more people were outraged at the treatment of the cat. The cat wasn't harmed. It's not like she threw the cat against the wall. It's a cat. They're going to flip over, land on their feet. I mean, I've tossed my cat lightly out my door when she's been, too desirably needy. And I'm like, I understand. You want attention right now. Sadly, I cannot give you that attention, Fortuna. You gotta go. Like, you don't hurt your animals, obviously. Don't shock them either live. Just don't do that. But it's.
But yeah, I guess
people are outraged just for outrage's sake 9 times out of 10 these days.
So I had to curate to make sure there was nothing that's gonna make sure it's YouTube safe. So in that same article, one critic screaming that Dan Clancy and everybody that was in the room needs to be arrested despite they didn't commit a crime. And then another says, this is pushing it. Something like this shouldn't be live streamed. And a CEO coming in like this is insane. Another said that he is a creep doing it. I'm like, if you didn't really show anything and you're just sitting there at the hospital waiting room or something, and then once she has the kid and, she's celebrating, what the fuck's wrong with that? I don't get that.
It's not that there's anything wrong with it. There's just always going to be some people who are going to be outraged over something. And it's likely those people that are outraged were never on the stream. They never partook in, the joy that occurred. So what ended up happening is they're just being outraged because it doesn't align with what they deem should be acceptable on the internet. I don't care. As long as you're not breaking any laws, there should be really no issues. Now, as long as you're not breaking laws, I'm 90% fine with most things. I may disagree with it. I may think it's very bad, but I'm not going to call for you to get removed from the internet or from whatever you do to make money.
Yeah, and that was the big thing that kind of drove me.
There are some things that'll trigger me.
There was a couple things that kind of drove me nuts, even with just how they handle stuff. I mean, the whole, like I said, I'm not gonna go too deep, but the whole allowing pirates on stream and stuff like that kind of just made me go, okay, that probably should be bannable, but it's Twitch. They're not going to do anything.
Well, not for their favorite streamers.
Yeah, that's as far as I'm going to touch that topic on that one. But yeah,
I don't think we're going to get into that one masked, but yeah. Two thumbs up. Yeah. That's all I'm going to say to that one, Mask.
And Mask, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you want to say it, yes, there is now robot girlfriends. Not full robot girlfriends. I've even seen ads on YouTube now that you can date an AI girlfriend on your phone or computer that'll listen to you and talk to you and stuff. And I'm like, I knew this was going to happen. I knew this was going to happen at some point.
It gets worse that China's developing artificial wombs for robots.
I think I could have been okay without hearing that, girl.
I mean, it's every incel's wet dream. Quote unquote incel. Once again, a term that's absolutely asinine, considering that it came from, well, the first incel was a woman. That's an absolute fact. It is what it is.
And Mass says, yeah, but not same, Elo. Yeah, but it's coming. It's coming. I mean, there was, unfortunately, this was the big problem that I remember with all this crap was a few years ago, a guy married his video game girlfriend in Japan.
I mean,
on a Switch. I think it was a Switch or something. But either way, he was allowed to do it. And the crazy part about that, I said, give it a few years as technology gets better. Ladies and gentlemen are going to find replacements in humans through robots and AI. And we're here.
I mean, we had a female... in 2006, a British tourist married a dolphin in Israel. It was symbolic; it wasn't legally binding, but she married a dolphin. Yeah. So, I mean, if women can marry dolphins, then we can marry robots.
Yeah,
whatever.
And you are correct, Mass Gentlemen. The state of dating right now, dating is hard. Dating is really hard for both sides right now because it's almost because. The old methods of meeting people. I remember listening to, there was a Ricardo Law show, and this was a few years ago before the whole snow angels and everything else that he did. I'm trying to come up with the best way to say this, Grot. There was a lady on his show, a journalist, that she was saying, oh yeah, you can still hook up people. All you gotta do is talk with them at Home Depot or flirt with them at a restaurant or go to a bar or all this. And I'm like, okay, so here's the problem with that. Socializing isn't like it used to be. Number two, normally if I say, hey, I like you, can I get your number? Now you're known as a creepy ass stalker or something crap because you asked this waitress that you really liked, hey, would you like to get coffee sometime? I've seen that. I'm not joking. I knew a friend that got in trouble for that. And I'm
this is completely subjective based on the women. You could have 10 guys, right? If they are 6 foot tall and they're well dressed, all 10 of them will be considered fine. But if you have 6 guys under 6 feet, not so well dressed, they will be labeled as creeps every single time. This is a proven fact, okay? So it's absolutely and utterly subjective, and it's quite annoying, okay? Yes, Mask. That is an actual thing. Even Asmongold has reacted to a video about that. So that is an actual thing. China is actually developing artificial wombs to offset their child crisis. Hell, I'm surprised Japan's not going to make an order for a couple million of them.
Well, based on the world right now, I think Elon Musk said it on X too. He said, and the world population is actually reverse course. We worried for all these years about. We were worried all these years about population and that we were too big for the planet. Because I remember hearing that even when I was a kid in my teenage years. Oh, by the time we have this many people, it's projected this. There's not going to be enough resources. There's not going to be enough food and all this crap. And I remember that. I remember getting beat that in my head for 2 decades at school. I remember that, Grot. And then I do too. Last 5 years, now we're hearing the pendulum shifted. Oh God, there's a lot of places that at the rate they're going, they won't have hardly anybody left because nobody's having kids anymore. And I'm like,
well, Western values have actually turned out like the ultimate regression of Western values to where we are now has led to situations where family units are not being developed or created at the same rate to offset population issues. Because you got to remember, women have problems having children around the age 35 to 36. It is more likely that they will pass away having a child at that age, right? So, and I mean, that's if they're in good health. Let's not even talk about the obese women trying to have children at that age. And in some demographics, certain races have issues with children at a certain age just because that their system can't handle it, right? So as we've progressed and more people are working, that means there are less people having children at a younger age, which means we're not creating the 2.3 children per family we need.
Yeah, you're lucky if you have one kid now, because, and random set hits a spot on here. Companies have gone the same when it comes to money and power. When everything under the sun is expensive, how do you expect people to have much less want kids? At the end of the day, it's money. That's the problem. It used to be so. A lot of the thing that used to be, you know, we'd have one parent, stay-at-home mom or stay-at-home dad or whatever the case may be, and the other person worked, and you were able to live decently, live comfortably, pay your bills, still have enough for the kid. But one of the big things that has shifted now is both parents have to work. So if you had kids, you're still not making enough. Sometimes the parents have to work 2 jobs, and so the kids basically teaching themselves, they're learning from themselves and learning around them, and there's the parents aren't there. So yes, a lot of that has changed. Now there's other situations like, you know, single parents and stuff like that, so that's even harder. But the whole thing, the whole structure has changed. I remember telling my mom when I was going in for cancer surgery that day, I said, one of my biggest regrets in my life, it's going to sound weird, guys, because you got to remember, I didn't know if I was going to come back alive or dead when I went in for that surgery for them to cut my kidney, a part of the kidney with the cancer on it. And I told Mom, I said, one of my biggest regrets in my life at my age was that I never got to have kids. And I'm sorry if I don't make it, that there is no one to carry our name. There's no one to carry out my legacy. There's nothing. And that's painful, you know, when I think about it, because at 45, do I want kids? Right? Yeah, I do. I 100% would love to be a dad. But there's a problem with that. First of all, you got to find the right person, and that's difficult.
Well, there's several reasons for that, but yes.
Yeah, we're not going to dive into that part. But first, it's harder to find somebody. Number 2, it's hard to find the whole structure of keeping it together and find somebody that's compatible with you. It's really hard. And then meeting people. That's the hardest part with it. And it's frustrating because I know I'm not the only one out there. Guys and gals in their 30s and 40s that have had to focus on trying to make money, trying to survive, or they have had difficulties finding people out there. It's not easy as people think. You know, there's people out there that would say, oh, it's just simple and that. The ones that get lucky the most are the ones that I know, are the ones that when they went to high school and they had childhood sweethearts and they stayed together, they still are still together. Those are the lucky ones. I have friends that have been married 30, 40 years, but they found them in high school. But that was a different time, because we're all in our 40s and 50s now. That's a whole different time than what it is today.
Well, there's that. So some, like Ivan's bringing up, like in the 1960s, you could have a normal job, own a home, wife could stay home with the kids, etc. There's a lot of things going on with that. Like housing market's really crazy right now. It's being bought out by corporations. We're having too many people in all countries that are coming here for various reasons, and because of that, because of the excess number of people. Like, okay, I was listening to like a a town hall sort of thing for the UK, right? 50 years ago in the UK, up to like early 2000s or 1990s, I think it was early 2000s, they were having like 40 to 50,000 people legally immigrate into the UK, and they were on a net rise for everyone across the board, right? But within the last like 10 years, now they have like, in the last 2 years, they've added like 1.5 million people in 2 years, right? So like 750,000, like 10 times more. And now they're seeing a very sudden decrease in the ability for people to own homes, jobs, things like that, because there's now way more people that are now being added to those markets. Same things in the US, same things in other countries. You see the market is growing or becoming more expensive because, I mean, demand is high, supply is low. You know, what's going to happen? Freaking all that someone's going to get paid, and it's not us.
Well,
right?
and the thing is too, and I don't feel like resources and catching up with things, Grotwurks, we never caught up post COVID. We were still bottlenecked and behind on lumber and everything, and then it got to the point prices were still going up, and you know what people were doing? We're at the highest level of credit card debt that America's ever been. People are borrowing more money on their credit cards and stuff. And at some point,
not just credit cards.
Yeah. Bank loans, everything. And I think
no. People are using Klarna for things like buying a burrito. They're going to go to Chipotle for their $13 burrito, and they're going to go to Klarna or Affirm, and they're going to pay 4 payments over the next 8 weeks. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, that's sad. That's frightening. Holy crap.
Well,
so it's like a layaway.
I won't turn this into a red pill thing, Mask, too much, but the whole statement of 50 years ago, well, your grandpa married a woman who worked more and tried harder in a relationship than a woman will today, right? There's a statement on this. I don't remember the exact quote.
But the thing about it, Grot, it's kind of give or take on that, because I mean, I don't think it's just one side. I think in general, everything is screwed up.
So the issue with dating at the moment, at least from a lot of experts, is ease of demand, right? Remember, women hand out the ease of getting together, hooking up, right? Women control that. Men typically control relationships. We control who's going to be in a relationship, if we're going to have a relationship, etc., right? So women will look for men who meet certain categoristic things they're looking for. They make X amount of money.
Yes, I've seen that.
Yeah. And they're looking for people. They're looking for people who are in like the top 1% or even in fractions of percentages. And then it's like, okay, well, now 20% of women are searching for that 1% man. Obviously, they're not all going to find them, but they're all going to do everything they can to try and get them.
Right.
They're not going to. And because that's what they have their mind set out to, and they don't really start looking to settle down until their 30s now, when they're getting closer and closer to their inevitable childbearing prime, we're not getting family units. Right.
Because
the other aspect.
It's like I've even said the problem with it today with getting older, like 45. This was a subject that we were talking about over lunch Friday, because we're talking about relationships. And I said, that's because we're talking about age difference. Like one of my friends, her husband is 15 years older than her. And I think he's like almost ready to retire, and she's in her early 50s or something like that. Then I have another one, my folks, for example, they're 10 years difference. My mom's retired. She's 68. My dad he's 58. So, I mean, you do see a lot more of that too. But in the aspect of it, as I was telling somebody, I said, the biggest hurdle I got is because of age now. If I wanted to have kids, it's probably going to be the 30 to almost, late 30s is where your target bracket for dating is if you're looking to have kids. So if there's a lot of guys, that market's going to be saturated now.
So my second youngest sister, my oldest sister are 18 and I think 16 now, right? Their dad is in his 70s. Now, my mom was older when she had them, right? I'm the oldest of 6.
Damn, that's a big family.
She had me when she was 19, right? I went into foster care for various reasons. We won't get into it. But yes, so while the father can be older, remember, men, even in their geriatrics, can still produce enough viable sperm in order to fertilize eggs. That's not a problem for us. However, for women, they have a clock, right? And that's the issue is right now they're wanting XYZ, and because they are partying, doing all these things, they're not forming relationships and sticking to them. Or, heaven forbid, they're divorced or single friends are ruining their relationships. Happens all the time. There's a lot of things. Like, men have their own responsibilities in a relationship. Don't get me wrong. We have our ups and downs. But expectations right now are what's killing relationships on both sides of the aisle.
Yeah.
But that's relationships.
Yeah, we've really... And this is weird when you look at it retrospectively. We have, as a society, has changed even from when I was a kid quite a bit. Sometimes, in my opinion, not for the better, with perspectives and stuff. Because I always, I remember listening to my folks. They met when mom was going to school in college. My mom met her second husband through a friend at that time, and then my grandparents, when we go to the grandparents, this is something a lot of people forget. Times were way different, and people married way younger, and even in the 1930s, 1940s, 1950s, people still had arranged type marriages. That was not uncommon still, especially farmers. That was the thing. I mean, my grandma married when she was 14. That was weird to me. I'm like, from my perspective, from my time, but their time back then, that was different. That was during the Great Depression. My grandma told me all these sorts of stories about the Great Depression.
No, I mean, so we have to look at, like, and this is like one of the big things that I have with society as a whole, right? Current society has a problem of judging the past based on today's morality.
Yes.
And that's an issue that I have. Like, let's take a look at, like, during the Great Depression, right? What is the life expectancy of someone in the Great Depression?
Oh God, probably in their lucky 40s. Because I remember Grandma telling
50s.
I remember Grandma telling me tales where her and her mom had to struggle to find food during the Great Depression. But the thing is, people were a lot different back then. You still had a lot more Good Samaritans out there that helped than you did back today when it comes to that stuff.
That's a thing that we as a country have moved away from as much, and I wish we'd get back to, is the charity side of things. We do charity, but the problem is we rely on the government for too much in these cases. The government fucks everything up that it touches. I am a firm believer of this, just because, I'm a Navy veteran and I've visited the VA more than enough times to feel this in my soul. As for life expectancy in the Great Depression between 1929 and 1933, 57 to 63 years.
That's actually higher than I expected, Grot, because of starvation and stuff. Damn.
But so the Great Depression was hard in some areas, but not
Midwest was really
insurmountable
hard because even in my region, that was during a great drought. So food production really took a huge hit back in the 1920s.
Yeah, in 1800, the life expectancy in the U.S. was around 40. So I could see like younger marriages at that time. And this is why like when we started to stabilize in that 60, 70, like women started living till 75, men to 65, 70. That's when we started getting to that like 16 plus, like marriage, like
and even having kids too. I mean, families used to have 8 to 12, 15 kids because they lived out on farms and stuff. So they had kids to continue the farm plus marriages and have them work the fields with them. I remember Grandma talking about a lot of that stuff back then. Right?
Yeah.
Oh,
well, I'm replying to Mask. So Mask brings up a point of like humans touch everything and they ruin everything. Yes and no. I would rather humans attempt to abuse a charity because the charity can screen. Charity can do things to negate that. Whereas we have issues in the U.S., slightly political, not really, where is it, Indiana, right, Chicago, there is, maybe Minnesota, I think it's Minnesota, there is a person who has fraud, right, he's been accused of fraud on government programs, right, multiple times, been charged with it, and then he moved and just did it again.
Yeah.
No consequences, nothing. He just got away with it again.
Well, we even
a
had
charity,
that.
On the other hand, you wouldn't be able to do that with a charity because they'd get the word out to other charities.
Well, that's still, I mean, and the thing that still happened in the early 2000s. I remember when I was still going to college, and I was early 2000s, there was some case studies in sociology that we talked about where this lady, she won quite a bit of money. I think it was, she won $800,000, $900,000 lottery. She decided she didn't have to work. She had 3 cars, 2 houses, which today you'd be like, holy crap, that's millions of dollars.
$30,000. That was like $30,000 back then.
Yeah. So when you think about that, and since she didn't work, she was able to get food stamps and all sorts of assistance and basically medical and stuff. After they found out that she had all these assets, they tried to go after her and said, you can't be doing this. She won because she had no income. That was all tied up in assets. And I was shocked by that because I'm like,
no, I'm not.
Well, I was shocked because the courts ruled it that way, and I was just like, "Wow, that was crazy."
Why wouldn't they though?
But she's not making any income. That's just it.
Yeah, I mean, but
that's what they looked at.
To quote Donald Trump when he was, or to quote Dave Chappelle, right, on Donald Trump and his blasting of Hillary Clinton, Donald Trump said, I use the rules that are put in place. And if you want me not to use these rules, change them. Yeah. Right. So if they're not going to change the rules and they're going to allow those loopholes, I'm not going to be disappointed that someone's going to abuse in a loophole. Right. Oh, yeah. Because that's a government entity. A charity, on the other hand, can be more demanding because it is a charity. Right. It doesn't have legal it doesn't have any legal requirements on it outside of XYZ for government side, right? Mm-hmm. If they want to refuse someone, they're perfectly in their right. Yeah. The government can't refuse someone because of the way they've structured these rules, these systems. Yeah. Yeah. And that's the thing.
And to answer random, that's always been the case. Since I was born, I've noticed that when it comes that if you're rich,
mobility.
If you're rich, it's very rare to get punished for breaking the laws, but it's sometimes it happens, sometimes it don't. It just depends. But you know what they say, money talks, bullshit walks. That's That's the sad reality of it.
Well, anytime it comes to a legal case, the rich are going to be in a more advantageous position, which is quite annoying. Not always the case. You can find some good pro bono lawyers out there, but it's rare, right?
Yep.
And it depends on what it is. If it's like something that's going to go to the Supreme Court, you could find some pretty good lawyers.
Yeah.
But I mean, once again, money is going to be the ultimate outcome here in a lot of those cases because some people just can't keep going. And a lot of places like insurance will use that to their advantage, right?
Yeah, 100%. Yeah. They have.
I mean, that's a whole different thing. I'm a firm believer that we do have a broken healthcare insurance system that needs to get corrected. The problem is trying to correct that is not the easiest thing ever.
So I'm actually an example that I'm dealing with that problem right now, Grot. So I have a certain med that I have to have, but I was off of it while I had cancer surgery and just started getting back on it. And my doctor and I wanted to start slow with it because the higher dosages I reacted bad to, and post-surgery still recovering, you know, because it takes a while for, you know, a kidney when it's a third of it's gone to heal and get used to things. And so the crazy part is I went to go get my prescription for this. Insurance denied me. And I pay insurance and I've do everything correct. They told the pharmacy, well, per our doctors at our insurance, he should be on this higher dosage. And I told the pharmacy, I said, okay, I didn't realize that my insurance company's doctors were my doctors. I didn't know that they're the ones providing all this health care. So where do I sign up to sue them for malpractice? Because obviously they ain't been doing a damn good job, and I didn't know I had these doctors. So, I mean, where's the line for that? Now, granted, there's no way I'm going to take on a multi-billion-dollar company in a lawsuit because I don't have millions of dollars to, first of all, lose in the district court, then go to appellate court, then go to the Supreme Court. Because guess what? Newsflash on this: most of the cases you are unfavorable usually in district court. It goes to appellate. The appellate's usually the one that handles telling the district court, well, you're an idiot, you need to review this again. And then it goes back to district court and they have new guidance that they have to follow due to the appellate court. Just getting to the appellate court, though, is easily over 6 figures out of your pocket. And years. There's people. So I watch a couple audit channels that go over bad police and stuff. Lackluster's a million sub channel that I like watching. He covers cases. People get mad at him and say, well, where's the turnout? Where's the lawsuit? Any lawsuit can take 1 year. Some of them are still going, and it's been 6 years.
Oh, more.
And
I mean,
that's hundreds of thousands. Cases. So imagine now trying to sue an insurance company that's got millions and millions of dollars. You're going to be tied up in litigation so much that you're going to go broke and you're going to have to just back out of the case or try to represent yourself, which, by the way, trying to represent yourself is not a good idea anyway. Especially because they'll try to go after you for the court costs on their end. So not only will you have to pay your lawyers, now you're gonna have to pay all their lawyers, and it's legal is one of those very weird systems that is all about money.
The legal sort of there's a couple of things here. Like the legal system, I believe, should not be an easy system. It also should be one that shouldn't be abusable by someone with wealth, right? Or with that much power.
But it does more often than not.
Correct. And the reason why the legal system shouldn't be easily traversed is because you get situations where neighbor A sues neighbor B because neighbor A's bushes are hanging over their property line, and that's somehow damaging their property value. So they're going to take neighbor B to court, and it's going to be a frivolous lawsuit that's going to waste people's time and money, right?
Yes.
And there are people who do this all the time, right? The issue is like, we stop those with, an unfriendly court system to those situations, but then we get legal situations like yours where it's just like, okay, well, the insurance can dictate XYZ, but if I die because of XYZ, well, it's not their fault that they dictated this, and this is the only thing you were allowed because, you didn't follow your doctor's instructions. I mean, with how costs are right now, how can you follow your doctor's instructions? So I am not a firm believer of like the current system of healthcare management.
Yeah.
I don't want the government to run it. Once again, I've been in the VA more than once. Trust me, you do not want the government to run your healthcare system. This is how we got to the problem, because the government tried to. Slightly political, and I do apologize. So we're gonna equate two things here, and chat can tell me if I'm stupid or not. Perfectly sensible. Let's look at tuition costs. Since the government has gotten involved, tuition.
You just had to do that one. Yeah.
Versus Obamacare, when the government got involved, and while we didn't have the best healthcare system pre-Obamacare, how have costs gone up since Obamacare? Good or bad? You tell me, Chet. I'm just saying, when the government gets involved, prices go up. Because when an organization can get guaranteed money, they're gonna milk it.
Well, and
I can't blame the organization for milking the money, because if they can get the money, right? I can't blame them for that. I can blame the people who caused the situation.
So, Grot, you kind of hit close to home. Student loans. Damn you. I mean,
student loans are an issue.
It is a severe issue because I'm one of them. I'm on like year 18, but the interest is higher than what I pay. But I pay easily, I think, over $400 a month. And it's subjected to go up.
You can't hit the principal because you can't get through the interest. So your principal rises, which makes the interest higher in the long run because you're not hitting the principal. So the more principal you get, the higher the interest, and you're just in an ever.
But the funny thing about this, Grot, is I remember when I went to choose my degrees. So my college lists out all the statistics as, this is what you're going to make. This is average, all this. Once I got out of school, there's some factors to it. How fast you're going to find a job. How much did you party with a bunch of rich friends and made friends and kiss their ass? Because you're going to find a job usually through their daddy or mommy or something, because otherwise it's much harder. I'm being a really facetious asshole about this right now. But also, companies did not want to pay what the colleges were saying what the average pay scale was. So like average accountant, I know when they got out of school was about $50,000 to $80,000 for an accountant. Keep in mind, this was about 2005 or something. I had to do a bunch of research on that. When I got out of school, most places you were lucky to see $30,000 a year. I was better off doing trade school at that point to make money, because besides trying to find a job, a lot of these corporations decided to drop how much they were going to pay, but they still wanted these degrees. That was the hypocrisy about a lot of corporations, was to apply for this job, you had to have a bachelor's or a master's or something, or have a friend of a friend that could get you in the back door, which there's some of those I've seen that too. Now you can tell the difference between them and somebody that's went to college for that specific field, because I had to argue with somebody that was an accountant, didn't go to school for accounting, but I was able to run circles around her when I first started, which is part of the reason why I'm still where I'm at. But thing about it was she got in easier because she knew somebody and started in accounting somewhere and was able to say, well, I got 5 years experience. Whereas I went through 5 years to get my CPA, knew a lot of the stuff. And the problem with the universities is they bloated the colleges courses. They wanted you to spend more money, go deeper into debt for these stupid degrees that I don't need sociology. I don't need geology. I don't need that. I'm a freaking accountant. What I need to know is make sure I know how to do my math, my calculus, how to use specific computer softwares. I need to know how to interpret the laws. I need to know how to do all that stuff. I don't need to know all this other BS classes that I had to go through.
Yep.
That degree was so damn expensive, for what I got. Once I got out of school, I used 3 classes. Right. Accounting research, introduction to accounting, debits and credits, and how to apply it, and interpreting accounting law. Because accounting law is not black and white. There is a lot of interpretation to it because there is so many legal court cases between companies, the governments, where there was one way or another, and there's this gray line. And because, they said, no, it's this way, and we said, no, the law says it's this, it had to go to court, they had to fight it out, and then there's a final ruling. And a lot of times there's the rulings you did not expect because there's such a gray line with it. That's really the classes that I used. The rest of it I learned on the job. Yeah. And it's like, what did I go to school all these years for that? And the problem with it is universities get basically, not to mention universities make a lot of money off their sports programs. That's one of the biggest things. And a lot of their guys are overpaid. A lot of their presidents have mansions out on campus. They get paid an absorbent amount of money. Deans make ridiculous amounts of money for what they do. The professors make easily, a lot of them make 6 figures. They also are the ones that keep publishing those new books that you have to buy every year and they're overpriced, $200, $300. It's bullshit. Now a lot of them went to digital books, but you're still paying an absurd amount of money for it. And this is when I was going to school. So I know it's changed in the last 20 damn years, but you spend a lot of money to go to school, and then you get out of school, and then it's a rat race trying to find where to go. How are you going to get a job? And the colleges say, oh yeah, we're back behind you. We'll help you find a job. We'll help us. No, once you are out of school, bye-bye. And this is why you have so many people in debt, because I questioned, somebody said, well, you can go to school free forever and just keep borrowing money. That's not true. You run out. There is a fixed amount a person can borrow, and there's a time limit on how long it takes to get your bachelor's or stuff. And bluntly put, the only ones, and this was the biggest thing that pissed me off about, and damn it, Grot, you made me go political. That stupid bill that we just went through where they changed student loans and stuff. You know who came out still smelling like roses? The universities. Oh yeah, and the debt the private finances and stuff.
We need to reorganize schools.
But the problem was, I'm like, where's the accountability for these universities that sell everybody these degrees and show them, oh, this is how much money you're going to make this, and they promise the world to you, and then
So I just gave you a graph, right?
Yeah.
If you could show this graph.
Yeah, I'll show that one.
Here's a very, very big important part about this. So, as it was brought up in chat, the government's been in student loans since 1958, okay, when they did the National Defense Education Act, right?
This is frightening.
Well, I'll explain how we get to this, how we get to that exact why that curve jumps, and I'll explain it. So in 1958, first federal student loans were issued to support students in critical scientific, technical, and engineering fields. Perfectly okay with this. You want to be a doctor, you want to be a scientist, hell, you want to make the rockets that go to the moon? Sure, pay for that. Then in 1965, we get this act that we get the HEA, higher education, where the federal government will guarantee loans by private lenders. So they're backing, the government will say, okay, to this private lender, we will guarantee this loan. All right? Cool. Also known as the Federally Family Education Loan, FFEL, right? 1970s, they expand the accessibility of the HEA and FFEL. 2010, they end the FFEL, and all student loans are no longer backed by private lenders. Okay? Now it's directly through the U.S. Department of Education. So all student loans, and this is why the chart jumps the way it does, is from 2010 to current, while we did see a small gradual rise when it became directly to the government and not backed by a private lender, private lenders no longer said no. We're not going to pay for that because that's not a job where we think you could pay us back or the government back. No, that's not we can't guarantee that because you don't have XYZ. Like you're not going into something, oh, you want to study, Aboriginal dance mythology. No, we're not going to pay for that.
Well, and colleges can create whatever degree they want, and I've seen that. I mean, we just talked about earlier. Content creation degree is something they want to do. I saw
but
that.
The banks prior to 2010 could say no.
Yeah.
Now, after 2010, the government just goes rubber stamp, rubber stamp, rubber stamp. Oh, you're going to owe us the money. This doesn't go away on bankruptcy. So good luck. Rubber stamp, rubber stamp, rubber stamp.
I think you had a better chance with private banks to go bankrupt on it versus I believe that's correct. You could. Now with government loans, yeah, you can't. I mean, I have only seen maybe 2 or 3 bankruptcies attempt on it, and they have let it go, but it was extraordinary circumstances. And so,
and I mean, hey, looky, healthcare, hey, 2010 was a great year. I'm not going to lie. It was a great year. The ACA came out in 2010. The FFEL was disbanded in 2000. Who was the president again?
Yeah.
Sorry, not getting political. I won't go there.
I know, Grot. We're not going there. But yeah.
I'm just saying, they're like causation, correlation. They might be intertwined here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, Ivan, they were talking about it last year that some colleges were thinking of doing a content creation degree, which I'm like, you don't need a content creation degree.
There are already groups that will pay you stipends in order to teach you how to content create. You do have to align 90-ish%, let's say 70 and be general because there have been pieces on this. You have to align with their ideology and be generally around what they want you to say in order to make this stipend. But, it's a thing.
Yeah, but
they'll teach you how to market yourself and all that stuff. Good job.
What pissed me off about like this bill was the thing with it, and I don't think a lot of people understand. Yes, we borrowed the money. Yes, we went in debt. But you got to think of it. There's other factors that played into it. Most people bought into it because they wanted to make more money. They didn't want to be a leech on the society. They didn't want to be a leech on the government. They didn't want to do any of that stuff that people always talk about. They wanted to be successful. They wanted to have their own house. They wanted to have a family. They wanted to make more money. That was what most people I know, even myself, went to college to do. After I got hurt in 2004, and during my time of layoff after plumbing, I said, you know what? I'm going to go to college. I'm going to go ahead and try to be a lawyer. I like arguing with people. I decided I didn't want to be 7 years into it because I was going to specialize in tax law, for fuck's sakes. Do you realize how boring that is? But the idea of arguing with the IRS was actually going to be pretty funny. But I end up just saying what.
Argue with the IRS. You just make sure. Look. I work for a bank, okay? In tax stuff, okay? Trust me, you don't really argue with them. You just make sure that everything's stamped, the books are correct.
And make sure your client doesn't go to jail. That's all you do.
Well, you do that by making sure they pay their bills. Yeah. Okay, it's like if you know anything about BattleTech, it's like paying space AT&T. Make sure you pay your bills. You're fine.
Yep. But so I ended up doing that, and I was like, and like today, I'm content with the county, and I want to do the kind of content creation to the point that I can use that to replace what I do now. But in the meantime. And yes, I mean, tax law would be boring as hell, but I couldn't do 3 years of law school after 5 years to get the CPA, because my idea was to get the CPA and the bar. And
so to bring this back to like schools and stuff, right? My biggest issue with schools is that they make you take more courses now that are not needed, and they don't actually teach you a lot of like the source material outside of what they deem is acceptable. So if you really want a proper education, you have to go out of your way to go look for alternate, theories and ideas. Otherwise, you're only getting half an education. It's not an education that you're getting. You're getting an indoctrination. That's my biggest issue. That's why I didn't go to college.
My biggest issue with the college, Grot, is I don't feel like I really learned much. Like I was telling you, 3 or 4 classes was about all I needed to do my damn job. I didn't need a 5-year degree to do it. I mean, CPA now is ridiculous. They require so many sciences. They require so much sociology. They require so much. Yes, I'm rolling my eyes, guys, because they wanted now for the CPA. They wanted that, including business ethics, because they seem to think if you take ethics, you're not going to have WorldCom or Enron scandal again.
Oh, right. Ethics is a morality-based idea. Just because you teach ethics so that you are no longer liable for what the person has done because you taught them that there is ethics. That's what the ethics class is there, so that the college doesn't get sued by the person going, well, they didn't teach me I had to do these things.
And the CPA required it. I'm like, well, you can teach somebody, you can quote unquote teach them that, but it's still going to be up to the human being whether they decide to be a nefarious asshole or not. You can't teach ethics. Exactly, Evander. That's the crazy part about it. But
teach ethics, but the problem is do people actually want to adhere to the ethics? That's a whole different conversation. Like I said, the whole reason they teach ethics is the same reason why people who say things about taxes or legal things say this is not legal advice and this is not tax advice. Please do not take anything I say as this, because they don't want liability.
Yes, exactly.
It's the same reason why, the coffee cup that you get from Starbucks says, caution, contents inside may be hot.
Yeah.
Like liability is the biggest thing because people have gone through over and beyond on
Mask has it correct, Brett. Ethics are taught by the family. Yeah, that's the family unit. It's
morality.
Yeah, it's morality. I mean, you're correct on that. But
not just the family. I mean, I've always been under the belief that it takes a village to raise a child, right? The child can only learn so much from one person or one group of people. They need other people around them in order to learn more things. They need friends. They need to be able to go to that friend's house. They need to be able to go meet other people outside. Why? Well, because then then everything is shown to them that there's more things to the world than just what's around them, right?
Yeah.
That's how we got out of a lot of discrimination. Like, oh, my family says this person because they look different is bad, but I've got someone like that in my school and they're fantastic. They make me laugh. They make me happy. I love being around them. They can't be that bad. Let's go meet their family. Their family's cool too. What? My family might be wrong. Let me ask my family, see what they say, and see what's going on. This is how change happens.
You're right. You're absolutely right on that. Yeah. And Random says ethics are only for poor people at the end of the day, just like the dumbass saying money can't buy happiness. You know, I've heard that saying a lot too, but let me tell you something. I think money can buy security, which leads to happiness. So let's just say if you didn't have to worry about paying any bills the rest of your life, and your family was secure for medical, and they had plenty to eat, and they had a place to sleep, and they were happy with that, yeah, money does buy happiness on that point, because you are secure. You have a house, you have food, you have a car, if you have trouble and you need the hospital or something, you have that. Now, when people say that, they think, oh, that money will make you lonely, and you'll be sad, and you won't have friends, or you'll be paranoid. Everybody's trying to steal it from you. It's a double-edged sword having money, but at the same time, here's the thing: if I were to win, let's just say, what was it called? I don't even remember what it is. Mega Millions or Powerball. If you won that money tomorrow, billions of dollars. Here's an idea. Don't fucking tell anybody unless your state forced you. Then change your name, go live in the woods somewhere for 5 years.
I mean, once again, not tax advice, not legal advice. But if I won, even though I hate Delaware right now, I'd probably set up an LLC in Delaware, create a trust through that LLC, let the LLC manage the money because it's no longer legally tied to me. Once again, not legal advice or tax advice. Let the LLC take care of all the taxes, everything else. Let the trust, generate interest, do its own things. And because it's not in my name, if I get divorced or anything else like that, well, it's not legally in my name, so it's not assets I legally hold. I may have access through the trust, but that's the trust managing it, not me.
Yeah,
just saying. That's typically how you want to do that.
That's what one of the kids did. It was that 20-year-old that won it several years ago. He was the smartest person that I know that did the right thing. Well, I don't know what he did today, but I'm just saying what he did at the time. He set up a trust. He didn't have his official name on it. Everybody just knew how old he was, so nobody knew his name. He didn't come out in the papers and say, "Yeah, I won, and my name's this."
Right.
Then you have other guys that run out there, run to the stage, hold up their check. Everybody knows their name because they want that whole 5 minutes of fame. And then next thing you know, they're looking over their shoulders, wondering who's going to try to bug them for their money. And it's like, well, you kind of just did that. I think one of the guys in recent, I think it was like 600 million or something after taxes in California. I think he got like 200.
There's a better story.
The dude had I remember reading the article. Dude has 3 security guards around the clock now, and I'm like, dude, you just didn't have to tell anybody you won it. You could have went the other way, and then you wouldn't have been so paranoid that everybody's trying to steal it from you. I'm like, you're gonna be broke in 10 years or less. I'm like, if I won $1 billion, if I won $1 billion tomorrow, I wouldn't. I'm just saying $1 billion because that's usually what it goes now. Usually it goes.
Give me 10 million after taxes. I could live a comfortable ass life.
Well, yeah,
I don't need to buy a home. I don't need to do anything crazy. I could live off the interest and I'd be happy. But that's because my expectations of survival are different than other people's. I don't need the fucking Ferrari. I don't care.
But the reason I said $1 billion is because that's usually what you get now, Grot. I mean, you never really see Mega Millions or Powerball go below $1 billion anymore.
Oh, well, I don't care. I'd take 10 million and be happy.
Yeah.
After taxes, 10 million. Frick. 9 million would go into a trust. $1 million would go to pay any expenses, debts, anything else I have. The remaining 800,000, I don't have debts that high, but if I did, the remaining 800,000 would probably pay my rent for a few years or pay my lease up at a place for a year. And if I want to move after that, sure. I'd still freaking work. Okay. Ugh. I don't care if I won.
I want that
I'd
yacht,
still go to
Amadu.
work. No one would freaking know I won, and I would still be going to work for months and pining about them not paying me enough. I would literally do that.
I just want to be like Gabe from Steam and just go take that $1 billion, go buy a yacht, and go sail the rest of my life. Like, see you guys later. Nah, seriously. I'm happy my state is one of the few that you do not have to have your name, so that's a thing of beauty, in my opinion. I hope more states go that route. I think Missouri and a couple others are going that route too, where you don't have to disclose your name. Because I think the idea of disclosing your name when you win lottery is the stupidest thing you can do. It really is. I mean, it's just, I would rather, the idea is, take care of my folks, take care of me, get my debt paid off, have a nice house out in the country where I have a greenhouse. And the funny part is I would still do content creation all day long. I wouldn't, I wouldn't give a shit about anything else because you'd
pay for that AT&T to come out there, connect fiber.
I would do that.
I would do that too. If I were to move out in the middle of nowhere, I'd be like, okay, AT&T, how much to connect fiber? I'll pay
They say we won't do that. Well, here's $1 million. No, here's $1 million. You go do it now.
AT&T will say we are unable to do that in your area. You can then ask to speak to a manager and go, I will pay for installation costs and fees to get it from the nearest node. How much and how long will it take? They will give you a price. They will give you a price.
Yeah, it may not be the price you want to hear, but if you just want $1 billion, who gives a shit?
Yes, I mean, there's like it's so. I think one of the issues is like we can get into like the streamers who overdo it, right? Like there's a streamer I think at one point that said like, oh, $5,000 a month isn't enough to live on. Bitch, I make $3,000 at my current job a month after taxes, and I am happy. Half of that goes to my rent currently. Sure. Do I complain about my job not paying me? Yes, because I've been there 3 years and because they've been increasing the base pay of their new hires and my pay hasn't been, my pay is getting compressed because of it. I complain. If I got paid, proportionally more than a new hire based on my tenure and, what I started off, I wouldn't complain about my money.
So
I'd have no complaints.
There was a post on X a couple times. If Twitch paid you guaranteed $50,000 a year, would you quit your job and just do streaming full time? And my answer was no. Because there's a hidden.
If it's just 50,000, yes, but I would say no. If it's 50,000,
here's the reason why.
Benefits.
Thank you. That's what I was waiting on. Because
benefits are so expensive.
You have no idea. Well, you guys do, I'm sure. But I mean, the people that jump on and say, yes, I'll do it for 50,000.
They don't understand
insurance.
The real world.
Okay, so guess what? My cancer surgery without insurance was $80,000. And that's just the hospital bill. That wasn't the surgeon, the anesthesiast. Easily without insurance for those other two, I would be over $100,000 for that operation.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah.
And guess how much I had to pay out of pocket because of my insurance? $1,200. That's it.
Yeah.
Because because all the other stuff throughout the year built up, so medicine and all the doctor visits and stuff.
You still have to fight the insurance on certain things, but that's a different story. I'd rather fight them on that and have that paid for than,
Yes, because I'm like, holy crap. One of those hospital bills, guys, like that would bankrupt you. You're done.
Oh, yeah.
You're done. Because
even
if you send them $20 a month and say, that's the best I can do, a lot of them now send you over to collections, and then you've got these guys calling you every day and threatening to sue you and everything else, trying to beat you up money, and then they tack on their wonderful interest and all that for having to call you. And next thing you know, you're filing bankruptcy. And there's nothing you can do about it. And That's why when somebody says, "Yeah, I'll do 50,000 on Twitch a year," no,
You can tell they're young.
yeah, because I said one day, I said if I wanted to calculate all that without benefits, I'd easily want about 150,000.
Oh, easy.
Because
I mean, the benefits are huge.
Because knowing just one catastrophe, you're done. You're done.
Oh yeah.
That hospital bill was proof enough why benefits is so important.
And I mean, I don't go to the hospital that often, so you know,
But
like,
you never know. None of us know what happens. I didn't expect at 45 to have freaking cancer at the time.
It's true.
I didn't expect this. I went in for appendicitis thinking, hey, guess what? I have appendicitis, which was a bad reaction to this medicine I was taking. Oh, well, it's good news. It's not your appendix, but hey, we found out why most of your health problems are. Oh, you've had cancer on your kidney. What? Great news. Oh. Great news. I'm cancer free because they got it in time and I don't have any trace of it. Thank God. I'm thankful for that. But yeah, the medical care is insane. And Mass says your healthcare says why I never moved to USA.
So I mean, so USA healthcare, while expensive, is a lot quicker in a lot of things.
He is correct on that. I have a friend.
So our non like imminent threat sort of things, like, oh, you have diabetes, oh, you have cancer, oh, you have, this terminal issue, right? Terminal issues are far better in Europe, handled better in Europe. In the US, non-terminal issues are handled far better here, right? Because we can get to see those people faster, we can get to diagnose them, get them out the medicine they need a lot quicker than you could in Europe. There's issues in like Canada, for instance, with their healthcare system, where the Supreme Court had to rule that people could pay for privatized healthcare because of how bad their healthcare system was, their nationalized healthcare system was getting. Their Supreme Court deemed it a human right that people could pay for privatized healthcare. Right.
And I have a friend in said April because I was typing that, but in Canada that, when you try to get certain things, it's scheduled far, far out. Whereas if I needed a colonoscopy next month, I can get it. Whereas if said friend needed a colonoscopy, it may be a year scheduled out. So, I mean, there's a difference.
And if something happens or the doctor cancels, that's another year out.
Yes.
Like if something outside of your control happens, even if it's inside your control and you have to reschedule, oh, we're booked out another year. Mm-hmm. Sucks to suck. And you know how I understand how this happens? The VA is like this.
Yeah.
Once again, personal experience, while anecdotal, very true.
I have a few relatives that have had to use VA, and it's rough. And my grandpa was one of them. I remember grandma having so much trouble because he had a stroke. He also had lung cancer and some other stuff, and just trying to get scheduled, to get help, it took forever. And it always frustrated the hell out of her. It always did. And so, yeah, I remember grandma never had anything nice to say when she was trying to take care of grandpa.
In the mid 2000s, once again, in that 2010 area, there was instances of veterans, right, from like Vietnam dying on gurneys in the VA. Okay, I'm going to fact check myself on this one because I've only heard stories. I think I read an article on it before. But there was issues of veterans dying in VA hospitals because they weren't getting the care they needed quick enough, right? They would come in, try and get care. They'd get pushed out for months. They come back because it's an emergency. And by the time they're seen, they're already gone, right?
The only thing I liked was a law, and this is something that they could have done, was pre-existing health conditions can't be denied. That's the simple thing they could have done, because if my company went to a new insurance tomorrow, or I switched jobs and I got a new provider, I have a history of cancer now. They could say that's pre-existing now. So let's just say they found it somewhere else 5 years later. Oh, well, we can't, we're not paying for that because it's a pre-existing health condition.
Yep.
I'm glad we have laws now that from that same era that did put it. So there's always good and bad. It's like there's
the downside to that is that had to increase insurance premiums, because now if they have to cover pre-existing conditions and they cannot say no to something that wasn't caught, now that increases their costs. While once again, we have to understand that it sucks to pay those costs, there is inevitably going to be issues that have to be resolved because of changes like that.
But we have to value human life. That's the most important thing. Everybody should get the best care they can. I mean, you don't,
as long as you're not stealing. It's hard to say this. Not hard to say it. It's hard to phrase it properly. We have to understand that the people doing the healthcare side of things, they're also people as well. We cannot force them to take on jobs, right? Or clients for just because, right? Because the moment you start forcing people to take on clients for any reason, you're now telling those people that their needs, their rights are less important than the people we say. Right?
But my issue with that is I don't believe, if you're paying for a service, you're paying for Blue Cross, or you're paying for whatever, you shouldn't be denied medical treatment when the doctors have deemed, yes, you need it. They should be ready to go and say, okay, I understand it is. We'll start negotiating with the hospital stuff, because literally that's what insurance does, guys. They sit there, the insurance has a base price that they're going to charge you for markup, because not everyone pays their hospital bills and costs. And of course, with insurance, they always go higher. So then the insurance company says, okay, this surgery that you guys said, this hospital stay for 5 days, you want $80,000. No, we're not doing this. And they start looking at everything. You're charging $200 for aspirin. No, we're taking that down to $15. And they're sitting there haggling and arguing with the hospital. And then eventually the hospital says, okay, we'll settle for $39,000. And then that's the final total. Insurance pays a portion of that minus your standard deduction that you've already paid a bunch of. The whole purpose of it is to pray that you never have to use it. But if you have to use it, it's there to protect you financially from completely crippling you or ruining you. That's the whole thing with it. Now, I have a relative, an aunt. She's a hypochondriac. She reads WebMD all day long and thinks she's dying of 100,000 different illnesses. That's a whole different story than somebody that with a real illness. And I know somebody's going to be pissed I downplayed that. But if you're thinking, oh, I have this disease, I have this disease, I have this disease, and you're just sitting there going to the ER every other week because of that, well, there's other people in the ER that needed help, and this individual wasted their time. And yes, I don't have anything nice to say about my aunt when it comes to that, but she does that. And unfortunately, they take her in, and she can't pay her medical bills or whatever, so she just racks up all this debt. That's where I think the problems start coming into play, where now the hospital's got to figure out how to come up with this. Now there's ways they do it where they write it off for tax deductions, there's charities, but you're still taking resources from people that really needed help at the time.
So if you're paying for a service, you should get what you pay for in that service. The service shouldn't be able to then haggle down your treatment in that case. That's a different topic. I'm saying that if someone goes, non-emergency and goes, well, you have to, Dr. A, you have to treat me because I came in for this non-emergency thing. You're forced to treat me. That I don't like. Right? You shouldn't be able to tell someone, oh, you have to do XYZ. But if you scheduled an appointment, you've got it all taken care of, and you're paying your insurance, well, they should be able to haggle with the doctors like A, B, or C, but they shouldn't be able to haggle your level of care, right?
Correct. And that's a whole different scope than what I was going with, because, you shouldn't just be able to go barge in and say, I want this done right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, but if my doctor says, hey, you've got, you had this and we need to do some, insurance shouldn't be the one that says, well, no, you've already had this disease and we've treated it 3 or 4 years ago. We're not going to pay for it. Yes. Okay, the doctor just literally said I had it again. There's nothing I can do to stop it.
Right. No, and I agree with that. I absolutely agree. There should be limitations on what insurance can and cannot say. There's also the consideration that if you limit insurance, that by doing so, the doctors will have the ability to, or not the doctors, but, the admin of hospitals will be able to inflate prices in order to, get more. Once again, their $2 bag of saline that they charge $56 for. Yeah. Right. That should not be a thing.
No, there should initially there should never been markup. I mean, when it's $200 for aspirin for 2 aspirin. I mean,
that's absolutely insane.
I mean, we're just gonna go with that because I don't know the exact price, but I remember hearing tales from family members that went in there and they saw the itemized list. I didn't get an itemized list because I was like,
you can ask for one.
Yeah, I just didn't bother with it at the time. I was like, it's paid, it's done. I don't give a shit. It's over with. Hospital, they all agreed to it. I mean, I could have looked at the itemized list, but at that point, that was the last of my standard deduction anyway. It was gone at that point. I mean, it's like, okay, I'm paying $1,100. I don't care anymore. That's the hospital's problem.
Yes, there should be an insurance versus non-insurance amount. The non-insurance amount shouldn't be so drastically high. What I would really love to do is for us to be able to go back to the old days where you could pay a doctor directly and be like, okay, doctor, I'm going to come in, give me a checkup, tell me how much it is. The doctor says, okay, here's your checkup. It's $75 for the checkup. Right.
Yeah.
Because they don't need to go through insurance, raise their rates, raise their prices.
Some doctors still do that, but it's rare now. It's so rare.
It's very. You can find them in like Texas and some areas. If you can find a doctor like that, perfectly fine, because they're going to give you reasonable rates and amounts based on what they need. Typically, these doctors don't work in hospitals; they work in like their own clinics. Like I really love the Japanese setup for like how they do doctors, right? Like majority of doctors aren't even in hospitals, right? They own their own little clinics and they charge, okay, it cost me like for this bottle of aspirin, it cost me $15. Okay, I will charge you 75 cents a pill, right? Yep. Okay, cool. You paid this minimal amount, or you paid your monthly to me, that covers like a basic checkup. And so you paid your monthly bill that covers a basic checkup that covers this, and this. Oh, but you need this. Okay, so here's what we need to do. Here's what we have. And they can just lay it all out for you and be like, okay, I can afford that. How do you want me to pay for that? Right. Yep. So you have insurance. Well, the insurance will cover XYZ. We already know the rates. We'll talk to the insurance, blah, blah, blah. Right. There should be some level of like personability with that. But because we have so many people, it's not feasible.
Yeah. I mean, like this is something I thought of. If everybody had a mandatory colonoscopy, or everybody had a mandatory CT scan every year, couldn't do it. There's too many people and not enough medical resources to do that, even in just the United States itself. You couldn't do it. I agree. I mean, because the best way to stay healthy is preventive care. But some of this stuff were more reactionary because there's just not enough. If a hospital had to try to do a CT scan of everybody every year just to look for organ cancer, it's not feasible. It's not even logical. There's no way you could do it.
Let's see here.
And the reason I know is
There
because
are 258.5 million adults as of 2021, 18 and over. 78% of the population in 2021 was over 18 and over. There's no way you're going to get checkups on every single one of them.
Not usually. When a CT scan easily can take 30 minutes to an hour, there's no way. I
don't think you need a CT scan on everyone, but I do think like everyone should get checked up by a doctor, right? I have a personal dislike of doctors. I just don't like the practice, so I try to avoid going to the doctor as much as possible. Probably not the healthiest thing, but it's my life. I do what I want.
I wanted to address some. So, Mass Gentlemen, the one thing I don't like is if they have a doctor at the insurance company that's saying, well, this person needs to be on that. They don't know this person's medical situation. They actually don't review it. So if a doctor has already ordered this and the doctor has a history of treating you, and this doctor has been treating you and has been doing the correct medicine and stuff, there is no need for some doctor or somebody at the insurance place saying no when this is a medical situation that doctor is already handling. That's the whole reason why we're here. So
the way to handle this, right, is insurance company A, or just in the insurance company, right, approves whatever the doctor is going to do. If the doctor, for whatever reason, let's say they're working with a pharmaceutical and they're pushing a drug, right? If the doctor is pushing X drug and a trend occurs, the insurance company should be able to sue that doctor for abuse of practice. Right? Oh, this doctor is using this drug and is getting kickbacks, and that is increasing the charge not only to us, the insurance agency, but then the premiums that we have to provide to our client to make up for the amount of visits that they have to do a year, when they could have reasonably charged less. Take the EpiPen situation from the pharmaceuticals. And this is one reason why we pay so much in the US is partially because of the pharmaceuticals. It's not just insurance and doctors. It's also the pharmaceutical charging. There was a guy who charged, I think, $200 for an EpiPen, a single EpiPen, which goes bad every 6 months and has to get replaced. And he was charging like $200, and they cost like $10 to $15 to make. That is an insane rate for a pharmaceutical company to make money off of. And at that point, it feels criminal. They can charge that, but if they're the only ones who have the patent to that medicine that could save lives, that needs to be challengeable, in my eyes. Whether the courts will go with it or not, that's a different story.
Well, and then
insurance should be able to challenge the pharmaceutical / doctors in court. And if the doctors are practicing in a favoritistic way towards a particular pharmaceutical, or they're charging or they're using drugs that are not needed, because there are doctors like that, right? Who would just be like, oh, well, we're just going to put you on this. Oh, we're just going to put you on this. And they just put you on every drug under the sun, and they don't really care. Right? Because there are doctors like this who are just like, oh, we're going to put you under 4 or 5 medications. It doesn't matter that they contradict themselves and they may have adverse side effects. We're your doctor. You should listen to what we say. You're not going to understand completely what we're giving you or why unless you do your own research. And even then, it'll be very limited on your understanding. But it's okay. We're your doctor. The insurance companies should be able to challenge those doctors and get their money via malpractice lawsuits towards the doctors or pharmaceutical companies. However, with the way things are structured, that's not possible. So the insurance agencies now have to haggle with the doctor on what treatments are okay, because they have no recourse if the treatments are required, and that's requiring them to pay more. They have no recourse to see if there's a way out of that, right?
You can sue in the United States for malpractice too with doctors, but this is
And it happens all the
more.
time.
Yeah, it does. But this is more the insurance. Like the doctor,
Yes.
what Grot's saying is, if this doctor is getting kickbacks from drug X and he's pushing drug X because, oh, well, we think you need drug X, and so he's just all his patients start getting put on drug X because he's getting 10% kickback from the pharmaceutical company to push this. The insurance company's paying. That's where Grot's referring that's where insurance should have the right to sue the pharmaceutical and the doctor. But if it's a doctor that's just literally trying to help a person save their life because let's just say for my case, I was already on this drug before my cancer surgery, and we're still making sure everything's correct, but I need to be back on said drug, that we're just going slower on the dosage strength because I'm still healing, but the insurance says, oh, you can't do that because somebody at the insurance thinks they're a doctor. Then technically the insurance is at fault for that because they're trying to practice medicine on me by denying the claim, because my doctor is trying to do things step by step so we don't have a catastrophe.
Yep. Well, so I have a friend at work who is epileptic, right? And he needs a specific epileptic medicine because he's tried the generic and other versions and they don't work, right?
Yeah.
He still suffers episodes on those pills, and this one specific pill works, right? So he has to every year get, documentation from his doctor and send that documentation that says, yes, we've tried the other medicines. They don't work on him. He requires this medicine. Please do not reject his claim because this is what is required, right? And the insurance agencies have to do that because they're trying to save as much money as possible because they don't want to pay out, which is understandable. They're offering a service. Of course, they don't want to pay out. They'd rather take your money and you not need to use it rather than use it. Right?
Or take the money and run.
Well, some do that, but that's a little more illegal. That'll get some people in trouble. So they're trying not to pay out as much as possible. But the way to avoid situations like that is if the insurance company has recourse against the doctors or pharmaceuticals, for pushing higher prices on, a life-saving drug, and the doctor's using that, and it's not life-saving or it's not required, but the doctor's still pushing it. Then if the insurance agency has, some control or, ability to force repercussions on that, then doctors are going to think twice about, well, maybe I shouldn't push this drug because they don't really need this drug. Maybe we should push a drug that I've already confirmed that they don't have adverse effects and that actually works. They don't need this new version of drug Z, right? They don't need Z.2. They just need Z, whatever, right? And that's one of the issues is like insurance companies don't really have recourse outside of haggling for what services are being provided. And that hurts the consumer more than it does the doctor or the pharmaceutical, when really the insurance should be able to at least impact the doctor and pharmaceutical because that'll adjust how they act and how they handle situations. Because the consumer should never be the one who's getting fucked in the situation. However, with our system, they are.
Every time. And, when you were talking about this $200 EpiPen scenario there, the biggest problem that you're not going to get, so if this guy is the only one that makes $200 EpiPens, so that's it.
Yep.
The only thing you can really have at that point is a government intervention because, well, that's capitalism. Now we are diving into where we're saying you cannot charge what you want for your product. And then we're starting to clash with the whole concept of capitalism. And that sucks because then it's always a balancing act, slippery slope, and it's something that you hope that Uncle Sam or nobody ever gets into. I mean, yes, I have seen cases where gas stations got sued or got fined for price gouging gas during a hurricane.
Yep.
But
I mean,
that's a different situation than a guy that makes this one type drug that's $200 because he's just an asshole that wants to make lots of money when he could easily sell it for $50 and be just fine. That's a whole different story than the guy's price gouging gas for a hurricane. It's still price gouging, but where do you draw the line? Where do you draw the line with that when it comes to regulation on that point? Because then it's like, who are you to say that selling a video game should only be $80? Or who are you to say that? I mean, the consumer is the one that should drive it. But at the same time, when we start talking medicine, there's a lot of great issue there.
Part of the issue with like medicine and things like that is there's only so many companies, right? And let's take the EpiPen, right? There are other generic versions of the EpiPen, or OVQ is another version of the EpiPen, but there's only one company that makes the EpiPen, right? Which is Vitaris. They're the parent company that owns the brand and markets the product, while Meridian Medical Technologies manufactures that, but they're owned by Pfizer. So in reality, Pfizer's the one that's making the decision on overall, like, well, it only takes us this much to manufacture this, and we can charge this much to the consumer, right? There's no controls on that. They do have some regulation, but because they lobby so heavily in government, that regulation is almost meaningless.
Yeah, that's part of
the problem with the system. Yeah. That needs to get fixed. And there are things that are being done to fix it, but I mean, it's slow. You can't. If the government tries to push a fix, the companies will then fight back in the courts. And then now you've got that long drawn out legal process that may take 6, 7, 8 years. By that time, new government's in, and the new government will go, maybe we drop this case and you help us out with some things.
Yep.
Or, a party goes, hey, if we win, we could drop this case for you. You want to donate?
Yeah,
that happens. That fucking happens, and I hate it.
Oh yeah, I do too. I just want our leaders that be to just do the right damn thing. But yeah, but we're gonna segue a little bit because we really do veer off course. I love having you, but we have veered way off course of what we were talking about tonight. I love it though, and I hope you guys, the audience, have enjoyed it too. I mean, I was not expecting us to grow. I mean, we did talk about Twitch and the viewership numbers, but so I wanted to pick your brain. I mean, I know it's small for that goblin, but hey.
I mean, it's just a hunk of fungus. It'll be fine. Yeah. What do you got?
So, what is your thoughts on this whole Saudi Arabia and this private equities buying EA?
I am. Don't care.
So, do you think that it's going to improve EA? Because EA hasn't really been very good, and they lost FIFA a couple years ago, licensing or something. So they really haven't really produced much anything. I mean, Dragon Age Veilguard was an abomination, and they didn't make very much money on it.
They failed there because their storyline wasn't that great.
Yeah.
And then the character so a lot of people will hit on that Dragon Age because of the characters. The characters didn't have really good vibing dialogue. Mm-hmm. Here's one of the things I really, 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 really hate. Okay. When you set up a setting, books, movies, TV shows, I don't care. When you set up a setting and you interject ideology from a different era.
Oh, okay? Yeah. I know what you're saying.
What I mean is, let's say you go and you make a movie about the Civil War, right? But everyone in the Civil War has the ideology or mindset of someone who's in 2025. That does not make sense. It does not make sense at all. How would they think like this? That's not how they would think about Django Unchained, okay? Think about Django Unchained. Mm-hmm. If you go in and you listen to a lot of the actors about how Quentin Tarantino, directed them and said, you are X. You have to think like X. right?
Mhm.
That's how game design should be. If you want to create a game that is designed around rural Japan in the Edo era, then you would want to go search the source material and go, how did they think in the Edo area? What were their priorities? How did they view X? How did they view Y? And then at the start of the game, you put in, this game is a near historical reenactment. Any concepts or ideologies that you may find offensive are not whatever game company's ideologies. This is just a reenactment and understanding of that historical era. I don't care if they put that in the freaking game as a subtitle, as a as a little bottom of the screen, like, here. Don't care if you read me or not, but at least I told you, right?
One
Here's
of the
your
big
trigger
things
warning.
that with a lot of the games, every game has a story to tell or something, and it has some type of history or some type of element to it, but it's how it's utilized. Now, with Dragon Age, in my opinion, the whole thing, it was just bad writing from the get-go. It made no sense, and only put the characters just were not appealing, and it just, the creation was awful. It wasn't like the other Dragon Age games. And my favorite part was Andrew Wilson, CEO of EA, and there was an article on that he said that they felt that the problem with it was just not enough live service, and that we need more live services in our games. That literally told me they didn't know what the hell they did wrong. That the guys at the top, which by the way, he's staying CEO is what I've heard, didn't understand. Yeah, and I don't think nothing's really gonna change with EA. They've lost their Lucas Arts exclusivity. I mean, Ubisoft just had their crappy Star Wars, so I mean, it's not like EA's doing that great for games. I mean, I don't know anybody can tell me other than their Battlefield or their Apex Legends. Is any of it doing really well? I mean, maybe there's sports, what little they have left. It's just one of those things. I mean, the only interesting thing is with the ones that bought EA, they also own WWE, not the private equity, but like Saudi Arabia does. So they could probably give EA exclusivity to WWE, which might help with games, because I think that's Take-Two Studios that currently does most of the WWE games right now. So I mean, they could do something like that probably, but as far if the current status quo is the same with the same top, then I think what's going to end up happening is EA is probably going to just get sold off pieces by pieces, and they'll keep what they want. So you might see Dragon Age and BioWare and stuff get sold to a different company. That's what I suspect is going to happen. Right now, they have good news, and so I'll just throw this up here. Maybe. There it is. So this was on IGN, but Battlefield 6 just came out, and it says on Steam there's 740,000 concurrent viewers after launch. So here's my thought with this. This is good numbers. This is pretty good numbers. But they're celebrating prematurely because it's going to come down to how the live services handle themselves, how well they handle their bug fixes, and what they can do to keep people interested in playing. Because all these games are cyclical. Your Call of Duties, your Battlefield, all those are just cyclical. And I know Call of Duty's Blizzard Activision, but they suffer from the same thing. They always release a new first-person shooter. It's the same crap. Usually they may do something a little different, but after a time, it's just you burn out.
Well, with any game, you're going to have burnout. There's going to be a downtrend. Obviously, it's going to be a high level of players now, but I think they've actually gone back to a pretty decent Battlefield game. Like, I believe it was like 1 and 3 were their last good ones, or 1 and 2. I didn't play any of them, so I don't care. Yeah. But But what it is for this one is that they've actually gone back a lot to their roots. They've removed a lot of like the things that made like Apex Legends and other games so, or like the latest Call of Duty, like Twitch movement, right, is still sort of a thing, but you don't have like that, oh, here's Call of Duty, whatever, and now my guy is just flying across the field, doing 360s, jumping, crouching, hitting everything on every surface and jumping all over the place to make it hard to hit me. You know, they don't do that anymore in this one. So it's actually more realistic, which people have been wanting and craving. So I think they'll be fine.
I just put a poll out there, guys. It's, will EA improve games with being private now? Yes or no? I'm just curious to your thoughts on it. Random did bring a good point, and this is where I was kind of on our previous Dragon's Lair. They'll continue to buy developer, pump 2-4 games out, microtransactions, dump the developer, rinse, repeat for anything outside their FPS or sports games. I kind of have that bad feeling that we're going to see more gotcha type things. And somebody did bring up, I don't believe there's gambling from what they said in like Saudi Arabia or anything like that, but it just depends on their microtransaction kind of viewpoint, I guess. Mm-hmm. Because some people don't believe microtransactions or the gotcha stuff as gambling. Now there's like Belgium did rule it as gambling.
Well, there's argued
with it as surprise mechanics. Their lawyer that'll forever live in infamy on that one. It's like Kinder eggs, guys. It's surprise mechanics. Really?
I mean, I'd still say Kinder eggs are sort of gambling at that point. You're paying for a service, for a randomized service that you may or may not get something of value out of. Yeah, you are paying to get an item. Yes, which is different than gambling, because gambling you can just lose. However, your monetary compensation or enjoyment of that value is randomized, and you could end up getting the same thing over and over again, which means it's a collectible, and collectibles are random.
Yes.
Which means gambling. You're fucking gambling. Technically, buying a booster pack of Magic the Gathering is gambling, okay?
Yeah.
Same with Pokemon and other things. That's considered gambling in my eyes. Now you do get a product, but you are gambling for what the value of that product is.
And I agree with Random on this. This one I agree with. He is spot on. To me, this whole thing is pretty much the same as what Tencent has been doing for years, except I think it'll be the status quo. I don't think anything's really going to change. So yeah, if I could vote, I would have voted no on that. Don't be swayed by my opinion, though. I mean, definitely please vote what you think. But my whole thought with it is, I don't think it's going to change. I think you're still going to have the cash shops. You're still in microtransactions. If they really believe live services is going to be the answer, they're still going to cling to that. They're still going to cling to the Maddens. They're going to cling to Battlefield. But the odds of seeing a good Dragon Age probably be sold to a different company. Odds of Bioware probably be sold to a different company, and I imagine layoffs are going to happen.
I would be okay with mid-management layoffs. I would be okay with some developer layoffs. But what I want to see is, like, will they actually go through and make a game first, right? What are they going to do with current projects and go from there? Or is the Saudi purchase just like, oh, we purchased, we're going to get the gains for this, but we're basically hands off? Could easily be like that. It
could be hands off too. That's, I mean, kind of like WWE's been pretty much hands off. So I mean, it could be that much too. My thought with it, Grot, is lots not going to change, but they may sell some of their IPs off too.
Maybe.
If
I don't know.
They might. It just really depends. But I do see the potential downsizing. A lot of projects getting scrapped because they've already. Another article that I talked about last week said a lot of projects have been scrapped, and there was talks of layoffs and downsizing. And then another article that they were talking about, and this is where I agree. I think AAA game companies have been overhyped for too long, and that the age of AAA gaming is over with. You're going to see AA games, and you're going to see indie continue to rise, and a lot of those developers that did get laid off, which sucks, and my heart goes out to them. I think
mine doesn't.
Yeah, well, nobody likes being unemployed, dude. Nobody likes.
While I agree that no one likes to be unemployed, when you make decisions or do not stand up for morality of your product, right? If you're just there to cash a paycheck and do whatever your boss tells you, and you're okay with them adding in things that your consumer base may not like, then you might need to reevaluate what you're doing.
I get that, but you got to remember there's a lot of people that just do what they're told.
That's perfectly fine. And some of those may be reshuffled. It's not like there's not going to be other companies that wouldn't hire them. I'm pretty sure, if I recall, most of Claire Obscura's team was people who were laid off and got together, plus one Redditor for art, if I recall.
Yeah,
they got the 33rd.
That's what I was talking about, Grot, is I think that part is where we're going to see the golden age. And the reason I say heart goes out, you got to be a little sensitive, in my opinion, on layoffs. It doesn't matter who the hell, what company it is. I mean, layoffs just impact people, and it's a pain in the ass to find a new job and stuff. But
if you have a marketable skill set like developing, right, then you have a skill set that can be used entrepreneurially, right?
Oh, you're 100% correct on that. I don't disagree with that. I'm just saying that nobody likes to, lose their job or worry about their next meal. That's one thing I'm just being kind of more considerate on that part. Now, what I was trying to get at, Grot, is the positive aspect. And have a good night, Mass. Thanks for hanging out with us. The positive aspect that I was going with here is they have an opportunity to create and really do make a difference, like Clara Expedition 33 did. 33 people, like we talked about here, on that part where you said they all came together. There is an opportunity for more AA studios that have, or indie developers, coming together or making their own game and doing that stuff. Is it going to be harder? Sure. You don't have the resources of a AAA publisher, but then again, you have you have more creative freedom.
Yeah, but with so many abilities to Kickstarter or create a base game, get early access funds, and continue from there. Come on now.
Oh, 100%. I agree with you. I mean,
Baldur's Gate 3 is...
Yeah, Baldur's Gate 3 for coming out early access with Lorien Studios, which I don't consider a triple A, but I consider them a double A. They've had some rough starts, but with Baldur's Gate 3 and their Divinity series, they did really, really good.
Yep.
And their Baldur's Gate 3 is a freaking chef's kiss. I mean, that was one of the best RPGs I've played. I haven't finished it all, and I absolutely loved it. I need to finish it one of these days, but I can't. I really don't want to do that one on stream because it'd take forever. But maybe one day.
Hold on. I haven't even gotten past Act 1, but that's a story. It's just because I haven't touched it. I just haven't touched it in a while.
It's so good, but
it's a good game.
But the thing is, I was proud of them. I was proud of their accomplishment. Now, Hasbro did not maintain keeping them, or and they kind of wanted to part ways. I could tell there was something going on behind the scenes there, but that's just speculation. But I don't think Baldur's Gate 4 is going to be near as successful as Baldur's Gate 3. Depending on who they get.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a matter. It's the development team and the passion. But the article itself was talking about how they do believe that this will become the golden age of gaming again, with all the indie and AA, and AAA is pretty much going to just wilt away at this point.
Yeah, possibly. I think the issue is that AAA studios need to downsize on the expectation and cost of games, need to adjust, right? Like games so far are so heavily on the graphics that it's causing the costs of game to rise exponentially, and that's a problem.
Look at how many games were popular and they didn't have like the best graphics. Valheim, 7 Days to Die, which they updated their graphics and stuff, but they have optimization issues. You have a one-man developer that did Kenshi. It's not like millions and millions. I think he sold like a couple million. He did it over 10 years, but the point that I'm making, they didn't have super high graphics on the characters. Yeah, they may have had good, good environment, but the concepts that they had were good at the time. Now they may have changed, but like I just did Valheim yesterday. I said all they got to do is spruce up the character creation a little bit more, and maybe they could do some changes where you can swim underwater and have a water exploration and stuff. But the game is solid. It offers a lot, and they've done a very good job with what they have. Now it took way longer because their popularity came at the launch of the game, so they were much slower on their updates. But then I've looked at games like Soul Mask. Soul Mask is a nice game, has some great concepts to it. Stardew Valley is another great point. Thank you, Random. That is Stardew Valley. That one is just
well, Stardew Valley is just a kick on the Harvest Moon and Rune Factory style games, but those have gone more 3D. No, right now we're getting a lot more people who are doing nostalgia bait games, so remastering games. A lot of the cases. Problem is there's only so many times you can remaster Skyrim.
Yeah, I mean, look at Bethesda. And I know I'm going to piss off fanboy here, but you can only re-release Skyrim so many damn times. I mean, Starfield was probably.
Ugh.
I want to
never touched that game.
I want to revisit that one someday, but I'm like, do I have the time? And number two, do I have enough Tums to deal with how shitty the game was to start? I played that at launch because I thought it was going to be great. And
no, it's just loading screen simulator.
Yeah, and I was like, No Man's Sky does this better for space exploration, and
No Man's Sky's gone amazing.
Yeah, No Man's Sky is one of those redemption tales where, hey, we fucked up royally at the start. Now 10 years later, we keep giving you guys free content, and we keep updating, but we're not charging you anything for it. And I'm just like,
well, you also have games like Cyberpunk 2077. They charge for their content, but they've improved their game throughout the process, which, I mean, I'm okay with as well. They gave us enough improvements without having to buy the content that it's okay.
Yeah. So, I mean, there's good and bad with that, but I do think the age of gaming has changed quite a bit. And Ram says, yeah, it's nostalgia, but Stardew was hugely popular. In my opinion, it looks like a PS1 game, which goes to show graphics are not the end all be all. That's just it. Graphics are not the end all be all. I mean, I play like Europa Universalis, and it's like a tabletop. It's popular. People play it. Does it like millions upon millions? Is it like bestseller? Probably not. But there's something for everybody out there. I mean, it just depends on where you find it. Then we got one last topic we're going to talk about. And we just brought up Bethesda, Starfield. You know, when I look at what's going on with Microsoft, they're having massive layoffs right now because they're so bloated. And Blizzard Activision really has not produced anything worthwhile of note, recovering their costs. Plus it costs them, per fact, $68.7 billion. And then you also got to look that Microsoft also bought ZeniMax, which was, looking at the price here because I just had it set. That was 7.5. Well, pretty damn close to it. Well, that's billions of dollars for a $1 trillion equity company, because if you look at their stock value, it's like trillions of dollars. So I mean, I think it's the most expensive company in the world as far as net worth. Not expensive, but valuation on it. It surpasses anything. But they're doing lots and lots of layoffs everywhere. And I think part of the reason why now Microsoft's having trouble is they bought all these companies that are so bloated and they're not producing quality products, or they're not doing anything. I mean, WoW, you can keep doing expansions. You're always going to have the diehard base, but a lot of people have checked out of the MMO. I mean, they may check it out come expansion time. It kind of ebbs and flows, but I don't know what the more they can do with that game. The story has been told. I mean, unless you keep doing it. And you're correct, yeah, Random. Yeah, I saw when they went on a buying spree, they were going to have mass layoffs. And in Bethesda, that Starfield, that was supposed to be like their big flagship that was supposed to last until Elder Scrolls came out with their new game.
Yeah, the problem is that they made a game that had some level of content in it. The storyline wasn't that great, and then the world building was so bland that people couldn't get into the game to outside of the story. That was the big issue. Like, oh hey, we've got a planet, but you can only go so far away from your ship. Good luck.
Well, I didn't like the characters, the NPCs with you. They seem really bland. The other thing is there really was no bad characters, really. I mean, there was one that you could have, and the robot didn't give a shit. But if you wanted to be a pirate and you wanted to be an asshole, or if you wanted to start a fight with the whole town, all your people were all goody two shoes, and there was like, okay, so you really have to play a certain way because they will get upset with you, and then you don't have them as party members, except the robot, who's just happy to just fight everything, and like the pirate guy if you go to the pirate faction. But there's also was too many essential NPCs that you couldn't really do anything. I remember where I got captured by this fleet, and we had to go in, and Sarah's with me, and the admiral or whatever wants to talk to me. So I was curious what was going to happen. I pull out my katana and just go to town and start attacking everybody. So, you know, I'm fighting quite a bit of troops that keep spawning and make my way to the bridge. I take down the admiral and somebody else. And, you know, I'm still fighting my ass off. I've had to use heal potion stuff. So it's not like it was necessarily that easy of a battle to get there, because you're just getting hammered by, you know, blasts and everything. Get there. I take him down. Oh, you can't defeat him. You can't get rid of him. I try to steal the ship. I'm like, well, you know what? I'm going to try to steal this damn ship. It's listed as like level 20 or some shit. Oh, you can't do that. What the fuck? I thought there was a freedom to do this. I literally just took out this whole damn group of guys. Give me their fucking ship. I'm like, come on now. I would have, and that kind of ruined me on it, because I was like, you know, play with how you want stuff. Well, I wanted to be, you know, a badass pirate, you know, an explorer, find new stuff. But the other thing is, most of the planets were lifeless. There was hardly anything to them. And there was only key planets that people really wanted for specific resources so they could basically make money. There was really no value to it. And then once you found out, once you got to the end, oh, hey, you lose literally everything you spent hours on to start over with a new ship and a suit and all that crap. And then you'll be in another alternate universe. It was like, why did I waste all my time going through it? I should have just did the story, ignored everything else, and then just kept going through it. What was the fucking point? And I was just like, this just don't seem fun. I mean, the only good timeline was Sarah was a stick. Where you go there and says, oh, that's Sarah and it's the plant. I'm like, okay, cool. Because I just didn't like that character. It was just she didn't have much personality, and that was my issue with that game. And that was supposed to be their flagship to carry on. I mean, it's sad when even the modders gave up on Starfield because they said it was so fucking boring. That's your you don't have modders. Well,
mod support makes a lot of games, trust me.
Yeah.
MechWarrior 5 is an okay game. Storyline is not the greatest, right? The base gameplay is okay. But modders take the game and turn it into, more like MechWarrior Online, where you have more of an expansive experience, or you could have mechs that aren't currently in there, or you could have modders make games more fun in most cases because it gives you more options.
Spoiler alert, you know what saved 7 Days to Die while they were going slow, rebuilding the whole fucking game every year with slow patches? The modders.
Yep.
Kane did Darkness Falls, you had Subquake doing Undead Legacy, and you had a whole bunch of others, and I can't remember everybody at modders' names, so I apologize if you're watching out there, guys. I do apologize. I can't remember all of you. But a lot of these guys that did War 3 Zuck, and they did... Shit, I'm blanking on the other one. They kept that game alive.
Well, I mean, Dawn of War 1 has a ton of mods on it. Star Wars Empires at War, one of my favorite games for the space combat. Modders kept that game going. I mean, there's so many games out there that the modders just make the game more fun. And games that have open mod support from the get-go, typically, while they may not always be the best games, they can at least survive based on the community around it. Games without mod support, or games that just the mod creators just go, there's not much we can do here. There's not much. Well, so a modder can take a boring game and turn it exciting, but they have to have a vision of that. If your game doesn't create that vision, then you're fucked.
Yeah, that was exactly what happened with Starfield. Whereas, how many different mods? Okay, anybody that's played Skyrim on PC that modded, how many mods did you guys have on your Skyrim? I remember having at least 120. I had Skyrim like at war, where both factions, you could walk across the field and you'd have these massive fights going on between the two factions, because this is supposed to be in the middle of a civil war. Skyrim, so you actually see that stuff and you participate in it. Well, it did hurt your computer a little bit because it was, it was too many mods because your poor 64 gig RAM's like, help me.
64. Most people were on like 16 to 32 at best.
Yeah, but I'm talking about when they re-released it like the last time or whatever. It still slowed it down. Yeah.
I mean, now computers need like 128 gigs just to survive in the optimization of today. That brings us to like Borderlands 4's recent issue, where it's like, oh, you don't have a strong enough computer to play this game? Well, just go get a stronger computer. God damn it, this shit's expensive. In this economy? Fuck.
Well, their CEO is kind of out of touch. Every time he says something stupid on X, everybody calls him out on. Then there's like some apology or something else, and it's like, yeah, there was no hope. I mean, Gearbox just didn't. I don't know. Maybe Borderlands 4 is fun. I didn't pay attention. I checked out after 3. I didn't like 3, and I checked out because I felt like 3 was kind of a middle finger to both Borderlands 1 and 2, and I just like, I'm done. 4 is not as good as 2, but it is vastly superior to 3. Like, it's a lot of fun. I've enjoyed 4 for what I've played. Have I beaten it yet? Have I put in the time to beat it? No, but it's an enjoyable game. Yeah, and then I got to blame you. You got me into playing... there was a Paradox game they're the publisher. I can tell you which one it was. When I was downtime, was BattleTech. I started installing mods on that.
HBS BattleTech? Yeah, that's such a good one.
And the mods make the difference on it. And let me tell you, some of those battles, I get my ass beat. I can't remember what mod I'm using right now, but I mean, if you are not careful, your whole army gets wiped out very easy.
Yeah, easy.
I'm like, holy crap, this upped it. Which, by the way, when I was watching playing MechWarrior 5, I was like, yeah, you're making me want to get this now. It's on sale. I'm like, God, I hate you, bro. It's still on sale.
It's a fun game.
No.
Yeah, it's still on sale because of Shadows of Kerensky. They've got a sale going on right now. At least they did. I think it was like 30% off.
I thought it ended on October 6th, but yeah, I was looking at that because there's not very many good mech games out there. I mean, hell, I would like to have a really fun Gundam game, but you know, it's
all PvP.
I know. I'm like, come on.
Give me my Macross Battlecry style game again, for the love of God. Actually, there is one coming out that I saw that I'm actually a little interested in. If you look it up on Steam, I believe it's called Iron Wing.
Let's see.
Yeah, Iron Wing, Record of Astraea. It's very Valkyria Chronicles mixed with Macross.
Okay, that can't be it because this one. Okay, you said it's Iron Wing.
Yeah, one word. Iron Wing Valiant.
Okay. Because the other one was some World War II game.
No.
All right, let's take a look at this one.
Oh, yeah, this is very Valkyria Chronicles. I've had it on my wish list for a while.
I saw it on when you said something on Twitch, or on Twitch X the other day.
Yep.
And I was wondering what you were talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, it's I mean, it's reminiscent of Macross Battlecry, which is an old GameCube game. Fantastic game. And then it's also, if you've ever played Valkyria Chronicles, it's got that art style of like that drawn art style, which looks really cool. But yeah, it's not out yet. It's not out yet. We don't know when it's out, but Tiger Team's been posting it on X, and I've been like,
yeah,
but I actually had them wish listed prior to me seeing them on X, so that was great. And mechs transform. You can load the mechs, so you can pick out what weapons they have, missiles, etc. So that looks fun.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, when I saw this, no, it's not on sale anymore. I may have to pick it up when it's on sale. But yeah, it's so hard to find good mech games anymore. It's, I mean, there's a couple of them. I'm blanking on the names right now. And there is the one that's like a Dark Souls, but I kind of wanted something like this or Gundam. I just, I like having certain ones. So it's good to see they're having this, but yeah, I may have to pick this up in the future. I know when it first came out, it didn't do very well.
So the issue with MechWarrior 5 when it first came out was it was supposed to only be on Steam. However, this was during the time where Epic would be like, hey, if you go exclusive with us, we'll give you some money. So that was the issue. They went exclusive on Epic for a year, and that's because this got kickstarted. It felt like a big slap in the face to people who had kickstarted or backed this. So a lot of people just dropped it for that. But they've gotten a lot of those people back into the game through their DLCs. Mm-hmm. The other big issue was their storyline isn't great. Like, you don't get much character development or things like that. It's just pretty straightforward. So there's not much story. Whereas MechWarrior 5 Clans is much more story driven,
right?
And so they've learned from that, and they've added those elements into the latest DLC.
I'm gonna have to check in that. Maybe when they do their Black Friday sales, I'll check that out. Then maybe we'll have some game to stream or something. Because I have not found like there's certain genres that I think are open for people to dive into for developers that's just missing. Yeah, maybe harder to dive into. You may have to do more research, art, but I think there's a lot of niches open though in development.
Yes, there is a developer that is working on a mech game right now. Well, you can see that it's like low poly and all that stuff. But they go through and they show you like, oh, we found this problem when we were developing our mechs. Oh, how did we solve this problem? They have like videos and stuff on that, which has been very interesting to watch their progression.
Let's see.
It's just, I think mech games are a lot harder to do.
Yeah, it probably takes a little bit more.
Yeah, well, I mean, you've got to get the movements, you got to get the, like, how do you do damage? How do you do damage locations? Like, a first-person shooter is very simple. You get shot enough times in the arm, you're just going to die.
Right.
In a mech game, you get shot enough times in the arm, you lose the arm. Okay, but you're still moving. You're still doing things. How do you balance that? How's the game run, right? There's a lot. So that's why Battletech has gotten a lot of that in. Games like Armored Core, for instance, doesn't do like the damage. They just have a health pool, which is okay, but they're a faster paced game, so they get away with it.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking was Armored Core. That's the other one that I was looking at because I was like, I know it's kind of Dark Soulsy, but it seems interesting. But so we got one other topic we're going to talk about here. Then we'll wrap it up because, you know, this 2-hour news segment, holy shit, we
Dude, what do you do?
Yeah, where's the time go now? Oh wait, we're on almost hour 4.
You invited me. You knew this was gonna happen.
Yeah, I know it was gonna happen. It always happens every time we do a show together. What can I say? I mean, it's interesting content. I hope our viewers have enjoyed it. And yes, after this stream, I'm going to take this maybe about 30-40 minutes to get some food, and then I will be doing another stream because I'm such a glutton for punishment, because I still did promise a game stream today, so we are still doing that. I know. I
finish my dinner and I'm gonna go to bed. It's 10:30. I'm tired.
Yeah. So Xbox did raise their pass to $30 for their Ultimate. They're trying to advertise and push that. My thought with that is the reason why they did that is because of, once again, they're overbloated now with all these game publishers that they've owned. And I also think, in my opinion, that, and we did talk a little bit about this too, but because they aren't doing sales as much anymore for games, because everybody's doing this renting basically with the Game Pass to play it as long as they want it and then drop it, they're not performing as well. So they're trying to go this whole damn stream service route, like all these stream services. And I think that at some point that they're going to have to come up with a new strategy, because I don't think people are going to pay $30 a month with everything else going up.
Oh, people are definitely going to pay $30 a month. They're going to have slightly less amounts of people paying 30, but people are going to be like, okay, I pay $30 a month and I get all the games I want to play for as long as I want to play them. Sure. It's the Netflix issue. The problem is that there's them raising prices is going to ultimately just hurt the market down the long road. People are going to stop at some point if they keep raising prices and just be like, could I just sail the high seas maybe? Is that a possibility? Because if I could do that, I ain't paying $40-50 a month for a service I use maybe 30 hours, right?
No.
Maybe 60 hours a month. Like 2 hours. Like how long do people play games a day? Some people get 2 to 3 hours every day or every couple of days. They get to play like maybe 6 to 8 hours a week. And to us, people who play games on like the regular, we go 6 to 8 hours. We go, that's a fucking like weekend. Mm-hmm. That's one day a weekend that we're just like game time.
Well, the thing is too, I think they have to have some sort of contract too. If they put your game on the Game Pass, I think there might have some percentage that has to go to the developer game company, because I don't think they just say, oh, we're going to put, let's just say, Kenshi on Steam Game Pass, or not Steam, but Xbox Game Pass, and there's nothing you can do about it. There's got to be some type of contractual with these guys, like how they're, like Netflix, for example, has to negotiate to get certain movies on their streaming service every so often. So I don't know what the cost is on that or how that's going to impact things.
I'm not sure it's based on that. Actually, that's a good question. I think it'd be like how streaming services do things, but I'm pretty sure Microsoft just pays them for the game. The game comes out, and then it's not based on Game Pass uses. It might just be like, hey, we'll give you a flat rate. That's a good question.
Yeah, because that also can influence things too. I mean, just because they rotate their games in and out too. And Ram says Xbox getting out of control, hardware business and moving to software games as a service option. Yep. Microsoft put the boot down. Yeah, they're I imagine Xbox is bleeding money, and that's why they decided to jump up the prices. Not to mention all their acquisitions have not been probably as lucrative as they planned it being.
Yeah, so Game Pass does 3 ways to do this. Some games may get, or developers may get a one lump sum upfront and be like, okay, now this is Microsoft's, this is Microsoft's, we can use it, and if people, play it on Game Pass, it's ours. They may do full funding, so they may cover the entire production cost of the game. In exchange for putting it on Game Pass, so the whole Epic style, or they may do royalty or usage-based payments. So if they think a game is not going to be super popular, they'll be like, okay, we'll pay you the royalties from using Game Pass, which will be X% based on user, right? And that'll be all negotiated ahead of time, but they'll do one of those 3.
That's interesting. So yeah, with the whole developer thing, I'm wondering if it's an exclusivity with Microsoft then, or if they can turn around and market it on Steam, or I wonder how that all works.
I don't think it's exclusive. I mean, maybe for like the full funding, because those are they want day one release on.
Like I think Grounded 2 is one of those that's full funding from Microsoft. I think
maybe, but isn't that already on Steam?
Yeah, it is on Steam too, though. So I don't, but. You have to sign up through Microsoft, so I'm wondering if it isn't funded.
Well, then that might just be because of how they have it set up. Like you have to have a Microsoft account.
I don't know.
This game. Yes. Regardless, they're getting paid somehow. They're increasing the payments, so maybe they're deeming that they're going to do more royalty usage, or they're using that to, do more upfront payments. Who knows? Yeah. But if this happens in like 3 to 4 years, if they eventually get to $50 a month, it's not sustainable.
Right.
They're going to hit a cap, and they're going to, once they hit the cap, they're going to drop precipitously.
And like Random said, LL, with the raising the price of streaming services, pirating has been increasing already. When you price out the customer base, they funnel alternative ways to get what they need. Well, that's given with anything, but
partially.
I personally would not
video on this.
I personally would not pay $30 for the Ultimate for Xbox Game Pass, but I don't play a lot of games. I don't play a lot of console games. I like to own my games. Granted, spoiler alert, if you buy through Steam or somewhere else, you really don't own it, because they can ban you, or that's the part where I miss physical, where if something went wrong, you had your stuff, or like somebody mentioned earlier, I didn't cover, there's clauses now like Switch 2 or Nintendo can brick your Switch 2, even if it's on air. They have that protectionary clause in there because they think you were a bad boy and you were doing something with mods or something. They can just ban you. I think there was an article not too long ago where somebody erroneously got banned. And granted, Nintendo reversed it somehow, but it's one of those things. I was like, that's kind of frightening. That basically it's you own nothing, will be happy.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of that. You did say something earlier. Now I've forgotten. Oh well. Guess it wasn't that important.
Yeah.
Or I'm just too tired.
You're probably tired too. We've been going at for a while. But yeah, I don't know. I had a friend that had an Xbox Game Pass, but he was happy when he was paying, I think it was $19.99 or something. Pirates. Oh yeah, you mentioned Pirates.
Well, you did. So for pirating, someone did a video on this. Part of the reason people are going back to pirating is not just the funds. It turns out when streaming services provided the shows for the cost, people were happy to pay the cost for the streaming service rather than, pirate it. When streaming services started making it more complicated to see the show, such as adding ads, people are like, whoa. Why don't I just get the ad-free version and not have to deal with the hassle of ads, right?
Oh, yeah.
Why do I have to pay more to get rid of ads when I could just get the ad-free version? Once companies started adding in hassles, things that make the consumer go, I don't want to deal with that, they're going to go find an easier method. Consumers have no problem paying for something, especially if they think it's a service they want. But the moment the service becomes a hassle, consumers are going to go, how do I get that easier?
Well, you're correct on that. And Ram says, yeah, there's always going to be people to pay higher price, but to me, it's similar to whales. You can run a game based on those few whales, but you can only that can only take you so long. It's not a viable long-term strategy. The problem with it,
Star Citizen.
Yeah. Star Citizen's one of those games that if it wasn't funded by the whales, that project would have sank.
I mean, they do a lot on the side that brings in a lot of newer customers, right? Like they do the free flight weekends, and those weekends will bring in brand new players who buy ships that go, oh, these are super cool. I remember flying this during the free fly. The game runs relatively good. It was only a few minor issues for me. Okay, cool. Now I bought a ship. Now I can go play this game. Like that happens. Yeah. That's how I got into the game. I've only spent $150 on the game.
No, you mean you haven't spent hundreds of thousands yet. You'll get there eventually.
No, but I have a friend. I had a friend who had like a car racing rig, right? And he sold that for like over $1,000, and he spent all that money on things in the game. So he's already concierge level, and we started back in like April, and he's been concierge for like 2 or 3 months now, and I'm just like, yeah, I got $150. I got 2 ships and I'm happy.
Well,
like whatever.
They still say Star Citizen's probably the most expensive game production ever. I'm suspecting it's because the high pay for the CEO and all that,
They've moved around a lot. I think they moved their studios to London recently. So, I mean, a lot of it was like they were doing a lot of extra things that wasted money. And then they moved on from things that they wanted to do and changed things around. So it's the same issue with Anthem, but they've been consistent and they've made promises and been keeping those promises to the best of their ability. So we'll see when Squadron 42 comes out. That'll be a big tell. That should be out next year, which, I mean, it's fucking October. So, God, it's almost 2026.
I know. I didn't fulfill my goals this year. I'm still going to try, damn it. But I got some tough goals this year. And Ram says that's how Netflix initially became popular, offered an easy way to watch shows for a reasonable price, and every company or channel now wants their own service. HBO, Paramount, Disney, YouTube. Yeah, I mean, everybody has a stream service now for movies and everything. And they've bloated it out so bad at this point that it's no better than cutting the cord anymore. You may as well go back to cable TV half the time.
Yep, and Random brings up the point I was going to bring up. So what made Netflix great was that it was everything in one area, and you could go, okay, I can just have a Netflix subscription, and I could go watch I can go watch The Office, right? Yep. Oh, I have a Netflix subscription. I can go watch this Disney movie. But once those rights fell off for Netflix, they moved and those companies took those things back. Netflix went, okay, whatever. And they just didn't do anything about it. So now I have to have 4 streaming services, Amazon Prime, Disney Plus, Netflix, Hulu, just to see the things I want to be. And now we have to have tiers on top of each one of these in order not to have ads. Oh, but wait, even those tiers are now going to get ads?
And then by the way, we're gonna
sail the seas.
By the way, now that you have an account, we're gonna limit account sharing because we're tired of you account sharing. Oh, by the way, we're gonna trace your IPs. That way we know if you are trying to account share, regardless if you're like a truck driver or something and you're always traveling, and so your IP is gonna be different depending on where you're watching. I'm like,
It gets better. It gets better. Oh, you got hurt at one of our affiliated restaurants? Well, you waived the right to suing us because you signed up once upon a time 6 years ago.
I I remember
that now. Yeah, there you go.
Yep. Hey, yeah, your family signed up for that trial of Disney Plus. Oh, we're sorry, you can't sue. By the way, they settled that one from what I understand, because they said no, there's no way that you can correlate Disney Plus with a restaurant on Disney property. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's you're signing a contract for Disney Plus. You're not signing a contract for Disney property.
Yeah.
So that was obviously how that was going to go. And mind you, that wife, the doctor wife, pretty sure she was a doctor. She died in that situation. She was unalived because of an allergy that she told them of.
Did she?
She died.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right. She did.
Yeah, and that was the messed up part.
Oh
and
yeah,
was like,
and that's why Disney
Plus.
And that's why Disney went damage control big time on that one, because they're like, oh god, now it's made it news that we're saying, oh hey, if you sign up for Disney Plus, we're immune to being sued for anything. And yeah, that was massive PR nightmare for them. So then they had to reverse course and settle out, if I remember right.
Oh, absolutely.
But that was another sign of what the hell are these corporations doing?
Yep.
And then Ram says, Ram says, this is an example of what I mean too about every single problem. In this case, NFL games. To watch NFL games, you'll need a TV antenna, Netflix, Paramount, Amazon Prime, Peacock, NFL Plus, YouTube, and I think Disney too. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
Yeah, Disney because of ESPN or whatever. Yeah, you pretty much, you spending a fortune to watch NFL.
And at that point, you might as well just go back to cable.
I liked it when Netflix had exclusivity with WWE for their pay-per-views. I'd watch their pay-per-views on Netflix.
A lot of people.
Yeah, I love that. I actually got back into it, even though, granted, I got kind of bored with it because it was like every match somebody come out and interfere. It's like, holy crap, guys! It used to be where it wasn't like every match some guy ran out and interfered, but whatever. But once Disney said, oh well, we're going to offer you more money for the ability to host all your pay-per-views, I'm like, get the fuck out of here. I lost interest again. I'm like, I'm not going to go all over the place or go and have to pay a special price on Disney Plus to watch pay-per-views. No, sorry. I just don't watch them.
Absolutely. I mean, I don't blame you.
Yeah.
That's the problem. That's why people are pirating things again at a higher level, is because they're getting hassled to do X, Y, Z, and they're like, just make it simple. Stop making it so complicated to do these things, and I wouldn't have a problem.
Yeah, it's and the corporations are so ignorant to the consumers nowadays that they don't listen to anything, and it's like, what do you do?
Well, the problem is not necessarily the corporation's not listening to the consumer. Well, okay.
They really are. I mean,
the corporation thinks they can get away with things because they're used to the consumer just paying them out, and they've gotten away with little things, so now they can get away with big things. The other issue is that their boards are now made up of groups of people who are looking at the profit of the short term, right?
Oh yeah, it's all the SEC traded companies and hedge companies. So I mean, that's all tied with shareholders beholden. Your ultimate goal is to price and fleece your consumers till they can't pay anymore, and then when the company is ready to go broke, everybody just sells their stock, bails out, and
yeah, and that's classic graph go up behavior, and that's what's causing problems. We shouldn't be going. Corporations are so focused on graph go up that they're not looking at the long term. They treat employees this way, they treat their consumers this way, and it's absolutely horrible.
Oh, yeah, Random, because Random says, what's funny, you can actually watch all the NFL games on cable numbers since companies pay for exclusive games such as Amazon Prime for Thursday Night Football. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, they were doing that during the damn playoffs and Super Bowl. So people, like, I know people in that really big Kansas City Chiefs fans. One year, you couldn't watch the damn show on local TV. It was exclusive on Paramount. I'm like, what the fuck? Really? And a lot of people end up boycotting him the rest of the season because of it. Because it was like, well, fuck you then. And I was like, well, yeah. So I mean, it gets ridiculous. It really does. But it's unfortunately, as much as I say this, I love capitalism, but there sometimes is where I think capitalism gets a little too crazy. But it's not really necessarily capitalism's problem. It's I could break it into something else. I call it corporatism. I don't, because it's its own beast. It's its own beast. It's not the original intentions. Capitalism is me and Grot starting a business tomorrow and selling popsicles for $10 a popsicle or something with our own brands or whatever. That's the way I look at it. Corporatism's where it's all about the shareholder. It's all about what they can do and screw everybody else.
Yep, I agree.
That's what I've seen it as. I mean, or these CEOs that make bad decisions, which happens all the time. They still have this whole option where they can just jump out with their parachute that's worth $20 million, $40 million, and no ramifications. Okay, they ran this company to the ground. Whatever. I got my millions.
Well, and that's from the CEO, and then it's like the people who buy stocks and like you said, the hedge funds and things like that. And this is a big issue. Is like we see a lot of companies that are losing place in America because hedge funds or BlackRock or something's going to buy in like ownership, and then they're going to vote for things that aren't ideal for the company, and then they're going to be like, well, you know, like what there was a Toys R Us. It was Toys R Us. Toys R Us owned the land that their buildings were on, right? And the reason Toys R Us eventually went down and, you know, went bankrupt is because they sold their land to another company because the board voted to do so, right? And then the actual Toys R Us stores had to rent from the new company that they no longer owned, right? And you know, that caused them to eventually just go bankrupt. And as they did, as they went worse and worse, the board would go, okay, we still need to make profits, so we're going to sell assets of our stores in order to make profits. And that's exactly what's going on. And this is one reason why I'm not a fan of like hedge funds and things like that buying stock of companies. Like BlackRock should fund and manage, not own. Yeah, in my opinion. Well, because that's the issue. Is the graph goes up, and I feel like going private with companies is better than public sometimes, because these guys that go private have more to lose than, okay, you have millions of shareholders that all have different stock. Who gives a shit what happens to them? Whereas, and that's why I still say no with EA, but there is still a chance that they can pull around. I mean, because they are private now. Granted, it's, you know, they put a lot of money in. I mean, that's a pretty big purchase. So I don't know. I mean, it's decent enough. It all depends. But yeah, as long as corporatism is allowed to flourish, and as long as people go up, they're gonna focus on short-term gains. And you know, like the whole concept of like graph go up. Well, you know, we shipped jobs to China and Taiwan and Indonesia, you know, for gains, because now, you know, we'd have to pay less overall to get a product. So graph go up, right? At the same time, you see Detroit just falling apart as car manufacturers leave, or manufacturing jobs just go away. And so all those jobs that could have been American, that could have long-term made things more successful, went for the short-term gains. Yeah, and that's the issue. And yeah, short-term gains has been a major problem now. We don't go for the long game anywhere. We go for the quick buck, and then hope we can come up with a new scheme for the quick buck. And the issue is China is actually going long game. They're thinking 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years down the road, what do we need to do? How do we get our results for 50 years down the road? Tencent. Where do we need to be? Yeah, Tencent. Tencent got their own private little segment of Ubisoft that is for specific franchises now. I mean, that was huge. After the Assassin's Creed Shadows disaster,
and how much money that they lost, yeah, Tencent jumped in there and it's like, well, we can't let this happen anymore. So Ubisoft may turn around in their specific department because now it's pretty much ran by Tencent. You never know, because they go for the long game. They're not going for quick bucks. I agree with you 100%.
Tencent's owned by the CCP.
Yeah,
and once again, the CCP is going long term. That's the thing with China. They've always looked long term down the road. Like, what do we need by when to get to our goal of being the world power, if not the only power? That's their entire thing, is like, how do we get there? And they make adjustments, small adjustments on the plans based on what's going on in the world, but they still have that fucking plan, and everyone knows it. Anyone who thinks this doesn't exist does not really look at world events.
No, I mean, a smart person when it comes to finances and economy and all that looks at the long game. They don't look at the short gains, and that's part.
I don't know about that anymore. I don't. Too many people have been going graph go up for decades now, right? We're looking at what, 30 plus years.
Yeah, but it's not. But it's not working out. At some point, that graph go down.
Yeah.
And when it goes down, that's gonna be brutal.
Well, no. Tariffs have made graph go down, and people freaked out. Right?
Yeah.
Right. So tariffs make people freak out. They go, the sky is falling. My retirement fund is only worth 20% more less than it was last year. Oh, boo. Fucking who? I don't have a retirement. Shut up. Fix the issue. I don't care about your retirement. Fix the goddamn issue so that everyone can be better.
What am I gonna do with you, Grot? What the hell am I gonna do with you?
Well, you wind me up and you just set me I'm just a little like clink, 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 clink. I'm just a little monkey just with the little symbols over here. I should get that modeled.
Yeah,
It'd be funny.
You know, that's what
just have a little wind-up doll that goes across the screen back and forth. That just like someone wound me up, and now I'm just going across the screen back and forth, just yapping.
But don't worry, when the graph goes down, we end up bailing them out. Remember GM?
You're gonna have me here until fucking midnight if we go on this.
I know. I just had to do that shit.
Someone go watch The Big Short. You'll understand.
Yeah.
God damn it.
I had to mess with them guys on that one because I knew where he was going to go, and I was like, yeah, let's just remind him about what we did with GM in 2000. I think it was 2008.
We did a lot more than GM in 2008.
Yeah, it was. I think it was Chrysler and a few other. Oh yeah, and bank bailouts. No, because
all the banks, GM, Chrysler, all those they're too big to fail, so we must support them. No, let them fail
and let somebody else buy them. Yep.
Get it right.
Yep.
This is how you solve graph go up. You let them fucking fail, so the next guys go, oh, well, fuck me in the ass. Maybe I shouldn't do that next time. You think?
Yeah,
look at the Silicon Valley Bank. I don't think people are doing that problem anymore. No.
Nope. All right, guys. Well, we really gonna stop here because I want to go eat and get ready for the next stream. Thank you, Grot, for hanging out tonight. Tonight has been a lot of fun, and I hope you guys had a lot of fun too. And we'll definitely have Grot on again. So with that, I bid you all a good night and hope to see you guys in probably 30 minutes to an hour, somewhere around there. Probably not going to be Project Zomboid now that it's late because we definitely went over our clock. But hey, it was a fun conversation tonight. What could I say? Anyway, see you guys hopefully soon. Peace.
Bye. Wow. That was fun.